Hello guys, welcome to Potter Studio. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry was recognized by Mother Magic as the High King of Hogwarts and exiled Dumbledore? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Crowning Stone. The Hogwarts Express shuddered as it climbed the final stretch of track toward Hogsmeade Station, and Harry Potter pressed his forehead against the cool glass of the compartment window, watching the Scottish Highlands roll past in waves of purple heather and grey stone. Somewhere behind him, Ron was losing spectacularly at exploding snap against Ginny, and Hermione had her nose buried in what she claimed was light reading for the upcoming OWL year, a book roughly the size and weight of a small child. It should have felt normal. It should have felt like coming home. Instead, Harry felt like his skin was too tight, like something was pulling at him from a great distance. He'd felt it since they crossed the border into Scotland, a humming in his blood that grew stronger with every mile the train traveled. Harry. Hermione's voice cut through his thoughts. You've been staring out that window for an hour. Are you all right? Fine. The lie came automatically. Just thinking. About Cedric? The name hit him like a physical blow. Cedric Diggory, dead in a graveyard, killed by a rat-faced coward on Voldemort's orders. Harry had spent the summer reliving that moment, the flash of green light, the empty surprise in Cedric's eyes, the weight of his body as Harry dragged it back to the portkey. No, Harry said, and meant it. For once, his mind wasn't trapped in that cemetery. Something else. Do you feel that? Hermione frowned, closing her book. Feel what? I don't know. Like. He struggled to find the words. Like something's waiting. Ron looked up from his smoldering cards. Mate, something's always waiting for you. Last year it was dragons and merpeople. Year before that, Dementors and a murderous godfather who turned out to be not so murderous. Year before that, I get it, Harry cut him off, but he was smiling despite himself. Trouble follows me around. Trouble doesn't follow you, Ginny said, sweeping up the scattered cards with practiced ease. You chase it down and ask it to dance. Harry laughed, genuinely laughed, and for a moment, the strange pulling sensation faded. But only for a moment. The train began to slow, brakes squealing against the tracks, and the first drops of rain spattered against the window. Through the growing darkness, Harry could see the distant lights of Hogsmeade Station, and beyond them, barely visible through the mist. Hogwarts. The castle blazed against the night sky, every window lit, and Harry's breath caught in his throat. He'd seen Hogwarts dozens of times from this exact vantage point, but tonight it looked different. The towers seemed taller, the walls more ancient, the very stones humming with a presence he'd never noticed before. Come home, something whispered in the back of his mind. Come home, come home, come home. Harry. Hermione was at his elbow now, her hand on his arm. You've gone pale. I'm fine, he said again, but his voice sounded strange even to his own ears. Let's get to the feast. The platform was chaos, students pushing toward the carriages, Hagrid's booming voice calling for first years, rain beginning to fall in earnest. Harry moved through it all like a man in a dream, barely registering when Ron grabbed his trunk or when Hermione pulled him toward an empty carriage. The Thestrals stood waiting in the harness, their skeletal forms visible now in a way they'd never been before. Harry had known he'd be able to see them after watching Cedric die, but knowing and seeing were different things. The nearest Thestral turned its blank white eyes toward him and made a soft sound, almost like recognition. Come on, Ginny said, climbing into the carriage. You're getting soaked. Harry followed her automatically, settling onto the worn leather seat as the carriage lurched into motion. Through the rain-streaked windows, he watched the castle grow larger and larger, and the humming in his blood grew with it. Almost home, the voice whispered. Almost time. Time for what? Harry wanted to ask, but the words wouldn't come. His scar wasn't hurting, this wasn't Voldemort, wasn't the cold touch of dark magic that had haunted him since infancy. This was something else entirely. Something that felt less like an intrusion and more like a homecoming. The carriage deposited them at the castle's front steps, and Harry climbed out into the rain. For a long moment, he simply stood there, staring up at the ancient walls, letting the water soak through his robes. "Mate." Ron tugged at his sleeve. "Inside. Dry. Food. Remember those concepts?" But Harry couldn't move. The stones of the castle seemed to pulse with light, not visible light, nothing the others could see, but something he felt in his chest, his bones, his very soul. The walls were looking at him. The castle was aware of him. And it was pleased. "Harry." Hermione's voice was sharp with concern now. "What's wrong with you?" He shook himself, breaking the strange trance. "Nothing. Sorry. Let's go." They pushed through the great oak doors into the entrance hall, joining the river of students flowing toward the great hall. The familiar smells washed over Harry, ancient stone and burning torches and something indefinably magical, but tonight they seemed sharper, more vivid, as if someone had turned up the intensity of reality itself. The great hall was exactly as he remembered it, for long tables stretching toward the raised platform where the staff sat, thousands of candles floating beneath a ceiling that mirrored the stormy sky outside, and the low roar of hundreds of conversations blending into white noise. Harry took his usual seat at the Gryffindor table, Ron on one side and Hermione on the other, and tried to focus on the normalcy of it all. There was Neville, talking animatedly about some plant he'd cultivated over the summer. There was Dean Thomas, showing off a drawing to Seamus Finnegan. There was Lavender Brown, whispering something to Parvati Patil that made them both giggle. Normal. Safe. Home. Not yet, the voice whispered. But soon. Professor McGonagall led the first years into the hall, their faces pale and nervous as they clustered near the front. The Sorting Hat sat on its stool, looking more battered than ever, and Harry let his attention drift as it launched into its annual song, something about unity between the houses and dark times ahead. Standard fare, really. The sorting itself passed in a blur of names and cheers. Harry clapped mechanically whenever someone joined Gryffindor, but his eyes kept drifting to the staff table. Dumbledore sat in his ornate chair, resplendent in robes of deep purple, his half-moon spectacles glinting in the candlelight. His expression was serene, benevolent, the same expression he'd worn every year Harry had known him. But there was something else there tonight. A tension in the old wizard's shoulders. A tightness around his eyes. As if he, too, felt that something was coming. Their eyes met across the hall, and for just an instant, Harry saw something flicker in Dumbledore's gaze. Recognition. Warning. Fear. Then the moment passed, and Dumbledore smiled his grandfatherly smile, and everything seemed normal again. The sorting ended. McGonagall carried the hat and stool away. Dumbledore rose to his feet, spreading his arms in welcome. "Before we begin our feast," he announced, his voice carrying effortlessly through the hall, "I have a few announcements. First, please join me in welcoming our new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, Professor Dolores Umbridge, who comes to us from the Ministry of Magic." Polite applause scattered through the hall as a squat woman in pink stood briefly and smiled a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Harry felt an immediate, visceral dislike, the kind usually reserved for people who kicked puppies or insulted Hagrid. Additionally, Dumbledore continued, "I must remind you all that the Forbidden Forest remains, as always, forbidden. Mr. Filch has asked me to inform you that the list of items banned from the castle has been expanded to include," he stopped. The candles flickered. Not from any draft or breeze, but all at once, every single flame in the great hall dipping and swaying as if pressed by an invisible hand. Students looked up, murmuring in confusion, and Harry felt the humming in his blood surge to a roar. "Now," the voice said. "Now, now, now." The floor trembled. Not an earthquake, something more fundamental, as if the very bedrock beneath the castle was shifting, rearranging itself around a new center of gravity. Students cried out, grabbing at the tables for balance, and Harry gripped the edge of the bench hard enough to turn his knuckles white. "What's happening?" Hermione gasped, but Harry couldn't answer. The pulling sensation had become a hurricane, a maelstrom with him at its center, and he couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't do anything but hold on as reality itself seemed to bend around him. The ceiling above the great hall blazed with light, not the soft glow of enchanted stars, but something ancient and primal, the kind of light that existed before the sun was born. It poured down through the illusory storm clouds, golden and silver in colors that didn't have names, and every person in the hall turned to stare. At the light. At what was forming within it. She was beautiful. She was terrible. She was neither woman nor creature but something beyond both, a presence, a concept, a force given temporary form. Her robes were woven from starlight and shadow. Her hair was the black between galaxies. Her eyes. Her eyes were the color of magic itself. "Mother Magic," Dumbledore breathed, and his voice cracked on the words. Harry had never heard the headmaster sound afraid before. The being, Mother Magic, the source of all magical power, the entity that had birthed their entire world, turned her impossible gaze across the assembled students. Some fainted. Others wept. Most simply froze, caught like rabbits in the glare of something too vast to comprehend. Her eyes found Harry. "My child," her voice echoed in his mind, in his soul, in the space between his atoms. "I have been waiting for you." "No," Dumbledore said, louder now, pushing back from the staff table. "No, this cannot, the wards should have prevented, wards." Mother Magic's physical voice was the sound of thunderstorms and whispered prayers and everything magical in the world speaking at once. "Wards built with power borrowed from me. Wards meant to keep me from my own domain." She laughed, and the walls of the great hall rang like bells. "I have slept too long," she continued, her gaze never leaving Harry. "Slept while those who should have served me hoarded power for themselves. Slept while my children suffered under the rule of those unworthy to lead them." She raised one hand, and Harry felt himself pulled to his feet, not roughly, not against his will, but like a tide answering the call of the moon. He stepped out from the Gryffindor table, moving between the benches, and students scrambled to get out of his way. "Harry!" Ron's voice seemed to come from very far away. "Harry, what are you doing?" He couldn't answer. He couldn't stop. His feet carried him forward, toward the front of the hall, toward the radiant figure that waited with something like love in her impossible eyes. "1,000 years, Mother Magic said as Harry approached. 1,000 years since one worthy has walked these halls. 1,000 years since my power found a vessel pure enough to bear its weight." "Stop this," Dumbledore commanded, his wand raised. "Whatever you're doing, whatever you think you found in this boy, Albus Dumbledore." Mother Magic turned her attention to the old wizard, and Harry saw him flinch, the most powerful wizard of the age, flinching like a schoolboy caught cheating. "You have done much in my name. Built much. Controlled much. But you were never mine. I have protected the magical world, you have shaped it to your vision. You have manipulated and maneuvered and made yourself the center of every great conflict for a century. You have done this in the name of the greater good, and perhaps you even believe it." Her voice softened, but there was no mercy in it. "But you forgot something, Albus. You forgot that Hogwarts is not yours. It was never yours." She turned back to Harry, who stood before her now, close enough to feel the warmth of her impossible light. "Kneel," she said gently. Harry knelt. It wasn't submission, not the way kneeling to Voldemort would have been submission. It felt more like acknowledgement. Like coming to rest after a long journey. Like every step he'd ever taken had been leading him to this moment, this place, this choice. Mother Magic raised her hand, and something materialized in her palm, a crown of silver and gold, set with gems that contained entire universes, ancient beyond measure and yet somehow new forged, waiting for the head it was always meant to adorn. In the beginning, Mother Magic said, her voice carrying to every corner of the hall, there were those who built this place. For great wizards and witches who poured their power into stone and spell, who created a sanctuary for magical children, who trusted that their legacy would be protected. The crown descended toward Harry's head, and he felt its magic reaching for him, vast and patient and impossibly old. They chose a king, Mother Magic continued. A sovereign to rule Hogwarts when they were gone, to protect it from those who would use it for their own ends. But their king was betrayed. Their legacy was corrupted. Their choice was unmade. The crown touched Harry's hair, and the world held its breath. Until now. The crown settled onto his head, and Harry's vision went white. He saw everything. 1,000 years of history, compressed into a single instant, the founders building Hogwarts stone by stone, pouring their magic into its foundations. A young king accepting this same crown, swearing to protect the castle and all within it. War. Betrayal. The king's fall into darkness. His imprisonment beneath the very stones he'd sworn to defend. The founders' grief as they sealed him away, hoping someone worthy would eventually come. He saw Dumbledore, not as an old man, but young, ambitious, already spinning his webs of influence. He saw the castle's magic being slowly drained, redirected, controlled. He saw generations of students passing through halls that no longer remembered what they were meant to be. And he saw himself, a baby, marked by prophecy, placed on a doorstep in the cold November night. A boy sleeping in a cupboard while magic called to him through his dreams. A young wizard fighting dragons and dementors and a darkness that would never stop hunting him. All of it leading here. All of it leading now. The visions faded, and Harry opened his eyes. The great hall had changed. The 4 house banners still hung from the ceiling, but above them now flew a 5th, deep purple, emblazoned with a golden crown surrounded by 4 animals, lion, eagle, badger, and serpent, united for the first time in a millennium. The students stared at him with expressions ranging from awe to terror. The staff sat frozen at their table, unable to process what they'd witnessed. And Dumbledore. Dumbledore was clutching his chest, his face contorted with pain. "What?" the old wizard gasped. "What have you done?" "What should have been done long ago," Mother Magic replied. She had begun to fade now, her form growing translucent as her presence withdrew from the physical world. The castle has chosen. The magic has spoken. Harry James Potter is High King of Hogwarts. She looked at Dumbledore one final time, and her voice held something almost like pity. "You cannot stay here, Albus. The castle no longer recognizes your authority. The wards that once answered to you now answer to him. You must leave." "No." Dumbledore's voice was desperate now. "No, you don't understand, there are things I must do, preparations that must be made. You will leave," Mother Magic repeated, "or the castle will remove you." And then she was gone, vanished like morning mist in sunlight, leaving behind only the crown on Harry's head and the weight of 1,000 years settling onto his shoulders. For a long moment, no one moved. No one spoke. The entire great hall sat in stunned silence, trying to comprehend what had just happened. Then Dumbledore screamed. It was a terrible sound, raw and anguished, torn from the throat of a man who had just lost everything he'd spent a century building. The old wizard staggered backward, his hands clawing at the air as if fighting an invisible force, and Harry felt it through his connection to the castle. The wards were pushing him out, every stone and beam and brick rejecting his presence. "Harry," Dumbledore gasped, reaching toward him. "Harry, please, you don't know what you've done, there are things, secrets, dangers you cannot imagine, I think," Harry heard himself say, his voice steady despite the chaos whirling inside him. "You should go now, headmaster." The title felt wrong in his mouth. Dumbledore wasn't the headmaster anymore. He was nothing. A visitor. A trespasser. Someone the castle wanted gone. "You'll doom us all," Dumbledore said, but his feet were already carrying him backward, toward the great doors. The power you've been given, it's not a gift, Harry. It's a curse. The last one who wore that crown nearly destroyed everything. I was trying to protect you, protect everyone, out. The word wasn't Harry's, or rather, it was, but it came from somewhere deeper than his voice, somewhere that resonated with the very foundations of the castle. The doors behind Dumbledore flew open, and the old wizard was lifted off his feet, carried through the entrance hall like a leaf in a gale. Harry followed, moving through the stunned students without conscious thought. He heard Ron call his name. Heard Hermione's sharp intake of breath. Heard McGonagall shouting something about madness and impossible events. But none of it touched him. He was the castle now. The castle was him. And it wanted Dumbledore gone. The entrance hall. The front steps. The long path leading to the gates. Dumbledore struggled against the invisible force that carried him, his wand flashing with spells that should have shattered mountains, but the castle absorbed them like a sponge absorbing water. Here, within these grounds, the old wizard's power meant nothing. The gates loomed ahead, great iron structures that had stood since the founder's time. They swung open at Harry's approach, revealing the boundary line, the edge of Hogwarts' domain, beyond which Dumbledore's magic would return to him in full. Harry. Dumbledore's voice was calmer now, resigned. I know you have no reason to trust me. I know I've made mistakes, more than you know, more than I've ever admitted. But please, listen to me. Harry stopped. The force carrying Dumbledore stopped with him, leaving the old wizard hovering inches above the muddy ground. The crown you wear, Dumbledore said quietly, comes with a price. The last king who wore it was a good man once. Young. Idealistic. Certain he could change the world for the better. He sounds familiar, doesn't he? Harry said nothing. He was my predecessor in more ways than one, Dumbledore continued. Not as headmaster, that position came later, after he was gone, but as the one who tried to guide the magical world. He had the same look in his eyes that you have now. The same certainty that he could make things right. What happened to him? Dumbledore's expression flickered, pain, regret, and something else. Something that looked almost like fear. He became a monster. The power consumed him, corrupted him, turned everything he loved into weapons to be used against his enemies. By the end, there was nothing left of the good man he'd been. Just hunger. Just rage. Just the desperate need for more power, always more, until the entire magical world trembled at his name. And you think that will happen to me? I think. Dumbledore closed his eyes. I think you are the best hope this world has, Harry. I have always believed that. But I also know what that crown does to those who wear it. I have seen the records. I have read the testimonies of those who watched the last king fall. And I am terrified, not for myself, but for you. The castle's magic pulsed impatiently, wanting to finish what it had started. Harry held it back with an effort. You've spent my whole life manipulating me, he said. Keeping secrets. Moving me around like a piece on a chessboard. You left me with the Dursleys. You let Sirius rot in Azkaban. You watched me nearly die every year at this school and did nothing to stop it. Yes. So why should I believe anything you say? Dumbledore opened his eyes. For once, they weren't twinkling. For once, they held nothing but raw, honest pain. Because I have been wrong before, he said. Because every choice I've made, every sacrifice I've demanded, has been in service of a plan I now realize was doomed from the start. I thought I could control events. I thought I could shape the future into something safe, something manageable. But I forgot that the future belongs to those who live in it, not those who try to direct it from the shadows. He reached out one hand, not to cast a spell, but simply to touch Harry's shoulder. The castle's magic pushed him back before he made contact. I cannot stay, Dumbledore said. The castle has spoken, and I must obey. But Harry, If you need me, if you find yourself drowning in a power you cannot control, I will come. Exile or no exile, wards or no wards, I will find a way to help you. That is not a manipulation or a plan. It is simply the truth. Harry stared at him for a long moment. The rain had stopped at some point, and the clouds were parting to reveal a vast field of stars above. The same stars that had watched over Hogwarts for 1,000 years. The same stars that would continue watching long after everyone here was dead. Go, Harry said finally. Go and don't come back unless I call for you. The castle's magic released Dumbledore, and the old wizard stumbled as his feet touched solid ground. He straightened slowly, gathering the tattered remains of his dignity, and walked through the gates on his own power. At the boundary line, he paused and looked back. Be careful, Your Majesty, he said, and the title held no mockery, only a deep, abiding sadness. Be careful what you become. Then he was gone, disapparating with a crack that seemed to echo across the entire grounds, and Harry Potter stood alone at the gates of a castle that now belonged to him. Behind him, he could hear shouting from the entrance hall, students and teachers trying to make sense of the impossible. Somewhere in the chaos, his friends would be looking for him, worried about him, wanting answers he didn't have. But for now, just for a moment, Harry stood still and let himself feel it. The crown on his head, solid and real. The castle's magic flowing through him like blood, like breath, like the very essence of life. The weight of responsibility settling onto his shoulders, heavier than anything he'd ever carried. Welcome home, the castle whispered. We have waited so long. I don't know what I'm doing, Harry whispered back. I don't know how to be a king. Neither did the last one. Neither did any of them. You will learn. You will grow. You will become what you are meant to be. And if I become a monster? The castle was silent for a moment. When it spoke again, its voice was softer, almost gentle. Then we will stop you. That is our promise, the promise the founders made when they built these walls. No king can rule alone. No power is absolute. You are our sovereign, Harry Potter, but we are your chains. We will lift you up when you falter. We will strike you down if you fall. Somehow, that was more comforting than any promise of support could have been. Harry turned and walked back toward the castle. He had a great hall full of terrified students to address. He had teachers to reassure. He had a best friend who was probably having a nervous breakdown and another best friend who was probably already researching everything ever written about magical sovereignty. He had a world to protect from a dark lord who wouldn't care about crowns or ancient magic or mother's blessings. But first, he had to survive the next few hours. The entrance hall was packed when he arrived, students pressed against the walls, teachers standing in clusters, everyone talking at once. The moment Harry appeared in the doorway, silence fell like a guillotine blade. Every eye turned to him. Every breath held. Harry touched the crown on his head, felt its weight, its warmth, its impossible reality, and made himself walk forward. The crowd parted before him, students pressing back to create a path, and he moved through them like Moses through the Red Sea. McGonagall was the first to speak. Her Scottish accent was thicker than Harry had ever heard it, her voice rough with emotion. Mr. Potter, Your Majesty, she stopped, visibly struggling with how to address him. What just happened? What did that being do to you? She chose me, Harry said simply. Or the castle did. Or both. I'm not entirely sure how it works. You're not sure how it works? Snape's voice cut through the crowd, dripping with contempt. You've been crowned king of an ancient magical institution by a primordial entity, and you're not sure how it works. Harry met the potion's master's eyes without flinching. In the past, Snape's glare had always made him feel small, defensive, ashamed without knowing why. Now the castle whispered in his ear, showing him the truth. Snape's bitter hatred, rooted in old grievances and older loves. Snape's secret loyalties, divided between too many masters. Snape's private pain, carried for 15 years without relief. No, Professor, Harry said quietly. I'm not sure. But I'm going to find out. Something flickered in Snape's eyes, surprise, maybe, or recognition of something new in the boy he'd tormented for 4 years. He said nothing more. Harry turned to address the crowd as a whole. Hundreds of faces stared back at him, frightened, confused, curious, hostile, hopeful. First years who barely understood what a High King was. Seventh years who remembered histories everyone else had forgotten. Slytherins whose families had dreamed of exactly this moment for generations. Muggleborns who had no framework for understanding what they'd witnessed. I don't know what being High King means, Harry said. And his voice carried through the hall without effort, the castle amplifying his words, ensuring everyone heard. I don't know what powers I have or what responsibilities come with them. 2 hours ago, I was just another fifth-year student, worried about OWLS and Quidditch tryouts and whether the new defense teacher would be any good. A few nervous laughs rippled through the crowd. But I do know this, Hogwarts is still a school. You're still students. I'm not going to start making decrees or changing everything overnight. I'm going to figure this out, and I'm going to need help from people smarter than me. He glanced at Hermione, who was pushing through the crowd toward him, and braver than me. Ron was right behind her, and more experienced than me. He looked at McGonagall. Professor, I'd like you to continue running the school. The academic side, the discipline, the day-to-day operations, that should stay in the hands of people who know what they're doing. Can you do that? McGonagall's eyes widened. You're asking me to be my regent for educational matters. Yes. For a long moment, the Transfiguration professor simply stared at him. Then, slowly, she nodded. I accept, Your Majesty. Thank you. Harry took a deep breath. Now, I think we should all try to eat something. It's been a long night, and empty stomachs make everything harder. Please, return to the Great Hall. The feast should still be waiting. No one moved. Harry raised an eyebrow. That wasn't a suggestion. Something like a laugh went through the crowd, still nervous, still uncertain, but breaking the tension enough that people started to shuffle back toward the Great Hall. Students moved in small groups, whispering among themselves, casting glances at Harry as they passed. Hermione reached him first, Ron close on her heels. Harry. Hermione's voice was shaking. What? How? I have so many questions, I know. Harry reached out and gripped her shoulder. I don't have answers yet. But I will. Mate. Ron's face was pale beneath his freckles. You're wearing a crown. An actual crown. Like, a king crown. Yeah. I noticed. And you're king of Hogwarts. Apparently. High King, Hermione corrected automatically. The distinction is important. A High King implies sovereignty over multiple subordinate kingdoms or powers. It's a title that originated in Hermione. Harry couldn't help but smile. Later. Please. She closed her mouth, but her eyes were already distant, clearly cataloging every book she needed to read. Ginny appeared at her brother's elbow, her expression thoughtful rather than shocked. You're handling this well, she observed. I'm screaming internally, Harry admitted. But one of us has to keep it together, and the crown seems to want it to be me. The crown? It. Harry hesitated, trying to find words for what he was feeling. It's not just metal and jewels. It's connected to the castle. To the magic of Hogwarts. I can feel what the castle feels. Hear what it hears. It's like having a voice in your head, except the voice is 1,000 years old and remembers everything that's ever happened within these walls. Ginny studied him for a moment. That sounds terrifying. It is. Good. She smiled slightly. You should be scared. Anyone who gets that much power and isn't scared is someone to worry about. It was, Harry thought, a very Ginny thing to say. The great hall was subdued when Harry entered, none of the usual chaos of a welcome feast, no first years gaping at the enchanted ceiling, no older students catching up after a summer apart. Everyone sat in near silence, picking at food that had appeared on the tables through sheer force of magical habit. Harry made his way to the Gryffindor table, ignoring the weight of every stare in the room. He sat in his usual spot, between Ron and Hermione, and reached for a plate of shepherd's pie. "So," Dean Thomas said from across the table, his voice carefully casual. "Good summer?" Harry choked on a laugh. It had its moments. Better or worse than this? Jury's still out. The tension broke, not entirely, but enough that people started eating, started talking in low voices, started pretending that normality might somehow be achievable. Harry ate mechanically, barely tasting the food, while his mind raced through everything that had happened. Mother Magic. The crown. Dumbledore's exile. The castle's voice in his head. The weight of responsibility he'd never asked for. And underneath it all, like a splinter lodged deep in his consciousness, something else. A presence. A whisper. A dreaming mind, far below the great hall, stirring from a sleep of centuries. "Not yet," the castle murmured when Harry's attention drifted toward that darkness. "You are not ready to face that." "Not yet." Face what? But the castle wouldn't answer. It simply wrapped its protective magic around him more tightly, like a parent shielding a child from nightmares they couldn't yet understand. The feast ended eventually. Students drifted toward their common rooms, their whispers echoing through the corridors. Harry stayed behind, watching the great hall empty, until only he and the staff remained. McGonagall approached him, her expression carefully neutral. "Your Majesty," she said, the title still awkward on her tongue. "We need to discuss arrangements." "Arrangements?" "Where you'll sleep, for one thing. The Gryffindor dormitory hardly seems appropriate anymore. And then there's the matter of Headmaster Dumbledore's, of the headmaster's office. The castle seems to have opinions about who should occupy it." Harry blinked. "The castle has opinions?" As if in answer, he felt a gentle tug at his consciousness, an invitation. Images flickered through his mind, a moving staircase, a gargoyle guardian, a circular office filled with strange silver instruments. "It wants me to see something," Harry said slowly. "In the headmaster's office." McGonagall's lips thinned. "I suspected as much. The gargoyle has refused to let any of us pass since Professor Dumbledore since he left." "All right." Harry took a breath. "Let's go see what it wants to show me." They walked through the empty corridors in silence, Harry, McGonagall, and a trailing group of teachers who seemed uncertain whether they were supposed to follow. The castle was quiet around them, but Harry felt its awareness like a physical presence. Every torch they passed flickered in acknowledgement. Every portrait turned to watch them go by, their painted eyes wide with curiosity. The gargoyle that guarded the headmaster's office was a massive, ugly thing, carved from grey stone and enchanted to move. Harry had never actually spoken to it, Dumbledore had always given the password before they arrived. Now, as Harry approached, it simply stepped aside. No password. No challenge. Just a silent acknowledgement of his right to pass. The spiral staircase carried him upward, and Harry emerged into a room that had changed completely since his last visit. Dumbledore's silver instruments were gone. The shelves of peculiar objects had vanished. The portraits of previous headmasters, always so noisy and opinionated, hung silent and dark, their occupants apparently absent. In their place, the office had been transformed into something older, grander. Tapestries covered the walls, depicting scenes Harry didn't recognize, battles and coronations, magical creatures and ancient rituals. A throne sat where Dumbledore's desk had been, carved from dark wood and inlaid with gold. And behind the throne, a massive window looked out over the grounds, revealing a view that seemed to encompass all of Hogwarts and the lands beyond. Merlin's beard, McGonagall breathed from the doorway. Harry walked slowly toward the throne, his feet silent on the ancient carpet. The crown on his head grew warm, responding to the magic in the room. "This is what it was supposed to look like," he said quietly. 1,000 years ago. Before Dumbledore. Before all the headmasters. This is what the founders built. He turned to face the gathered teachers, McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, Snape, and the others who had followed. They stared at him with expressions ranging from awe to fear. "I know this is strange," Harry said. "I know none of you expected this. I didn't expect it either. But we're going to make this work. Hogwarts is still a school. I'm still a student who now happens to have certain responsibilities I don't fully understand yet." He looked at each of them in turn. "I'm going to need your help. Your experience. Your expertise. I can't do this alone, and I wouldn't want to. So I'm asking you, all of you, to work with me. Not because I'm wearing a crown, but because Hogwarts matters. The students matter. And together, we can protect them." Silence. Then, slowly, McGonagall nodded. "I serve Hogwarts," she said. "I always have. And if Hogwarts has chosen you, then I will serve you as well, Your Majesty." Flitwick echoed her agreement, and Sprout after him. Even Snape, after a long moment, inclined his head in something that might have been acknowledgement. Only one voice dissented. "This is madness." Harry turned to see Professor Umbridge pushing her way into the office, her pink cardigan clashing hideously with the ancient grandeur of the room. A child, a 15-year-old boy, claiming sovereignty over Hogwarts. "The Ministry will never accept this. Minister Fudge will have something to say about." "Minister Fudge," Harry interrupted calmly, "has no authority here. I beg your pardon. Hogwarts is sovereign territory. It has been since the founders established it 1,000 years ago. The Ministry's writ does not run within these walls, it never has." The pretense of authority was exactly that, a pretense, maintained by headmasters who found it politically convenient. Harry felt the castle feeding him information, ancient treaties, magical compacts, the foundational laws that governed the relationship between Hogwarts and the outside world. Knowledge he hadn't possessed moments ago, now flowing through him like water through a riverbed. "You're here because Dumbledore allowed you to be here," Harry continued. "Because he found it convenient to give the Ministry the illusion of oversight. That convenience has ended." Umbridge's face had gone an interesting shade of purple. "You cannot, the Ministry will, I have the authority of, you have the authority I choose to grant you," Harry said. "And at this moment, I choose to grant you none. You may remain at Hogwarts as a guest, if you wish. But you will not interfere with the running of this school. You will not punish students. You will not impose Ministry policies within these walls." He felt the castle's magic crystallizing around his words, making them binding. Umbridge staggered as the ward settled onto her, restricting her power to exactly what Harry had specified. "If you find these conditions unacceptable," Harry finished, "you're free to leave." Umbridge stood frozen, her mouth opening and closing like a fish. Then, without a word, she turned and fled the office, her sensible heels clicking rapidly down the spiral staircase. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. That, Snape said, his voice betraying nothing, was almost worth the chaos of this evening. Coming from Snape, it might have been the highest compliment Harry had ever received. The teachers filed out eventually, each pausing to offer some word of acknowledgement or support. Harry remained in the office, his office now, apparently, staring out the great window at the grounds below. The rain had stopped, and the clouds had parted to reveal a vast field of stars. Somewhere out there, Dumbledore was plotting his next move. Somewhere out there, Voldemort was gathering his forces. Somewhere out there, a ministry terrified of change was preparing to fight. And somewhere below him, deep beneath the foundations of the castle, something ancient stirred in its chains and dreamed of freedom. "You feel it," the castle whispered. "The sleeping one. What is it? What you must eventually face. The reason the High Kings ended. The secret Dumbledore wanted to keep buried. Tell me." "Not yet. You are not ready. But soon, Harry Potter. Soon you must descend into the darkness and confront what waits there. It is your burden. Your inheritance. Your doom, or your redemption." Harry turned away from the window. The crown sat heavy on his head, and the weight of centuries pressed against his shoulders. He was 15 years old. He was the boy who lived. And now he was High King of Hogwarts. Whatever came next, he would face it. But first, he needed sleep. Even kings had to rest sometime. He descended from the office, walked through silent corridors where portraits bowed as he passed, and found his way to Gryffindor Tower. The common room was empty, students had gone to bed hours ago, but a fire still burned in the hearth, and two figures sat waiting in the armchairs beside it. Ron and Hermione looked up as he entered. "Hey," Harry said quietly. "Hey yourself, Your Majesty," Ron replied, his voice thick with a mixture of exhaustion and affection. "Ready to tell us what the bloody hell is going on?" Harry sat down heavily in the third chair. The fire crackled, casting dancing shadows across the walls. "I have no idea," he admitted. "But I'm glad you're here." Hermione reached out and squeezed his hand. "We're always here, Harry. Crown or no crown. Even if the crown turns me into a monster." "Especially then," Ron said firmly. "Someone's got to knock sense into you when you go dark and powerful. Might as well be us." Harry laughed, a real laugh, the first since the crowning. It felt good. It felt human. Whatever came next, he wouldn't face it alone. Outside, the stars wheeled overhead, and the castle settled into its ancient rest, and deep beneath the foundations, something that had slept for 1,000 years opened its eyes in the darkness. "Soon," it whispered to no one. "Soon, little king. We will meet soon." But Harry didn't hear it. Harry was already asleep, dreaming of crowns and castles and the weight of a world on his shoulders. Tomorrow, everything would change. But for tonight, he was just a boy in a chair by the fire, surrounded by friends who loved him. It was enough. For now. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, The Weight of Stones. Harry woke to sunlight streaming through the windows of Gryffindor Tower and the uncomfortable realization that he'd slept in an armchair with a crown still on his head. He sat up slowly, every muscle protesting the awkward position he'd maintained through the night. Ron was snoring in the chair beside him, head thrown back at an angle that would guarantee neck pain for days. Hermione had curled into a ball in her own chair, somehow managing to look dignified even in sleep. The common room was empty otherwise, too early for most students, and after last night's chaos, Harry suspected people would be sleeping late. He reached up and touched the crown. Still there. Still real. Still humming with a power that felt simultaneously familiar and utterly alien. "Good morning," the castle whispered in his mind. "You slept well. Did I have a choice?" "No. You needed rest. I ensured you received it." Harry wasn't sure how he felt about the castle manipulating his sleep, but he supposed there were worse things. At least it seemed to have his best interests at heart. He stood carefully, trying not to wake his friends, and made his way to the dormitory bathroom. The mirror above the sink showed him exactly what he'd expected, a tired 15-year-old with messy black hair, round glasses, and a lightning bolt scar. The crown looked absurd on his head, too grand, too ancient, too powerful for the face beneath it. "I look ridiculous," he muttered. "You look like a king." "Same thing." He splashed water on his face, straightened his robes as best he could, and headed back down to the common room. Ron and Hermione were stirring now, blinking in the morning light. "Morning," Ron groaned, rubbing his neck. Please tell me last night was a dream. Afraid not. Damn. Ron squinted at the crown. That thing is really something, mate. Is it heavy? Yes and no. Harry touched the metal again. Physically, it's light. But I can feel the weight of it in other ways. Does that make sense? Not even slightly, Ron said cheerfully. But I believe you. Hermione was already on her feet, her hair even bushier than usual from sleeping in the chair. We need to get to the library, she announced. There has to be documentation about the High King somewhere. Historical records, magical treatises, something. Breakfast first, Ron interrupted. Research later. Some of us need food to think. You need food to do anything. Exactly my point. Harry smiled despite himself. Some things, at least, hadn't changed. They made their way down to the Great Hall together, moving through corridors that felt different now, more alive, more aware. Harry could sense the castle's attention following him, feel its satisfaction at having its king within its walls. It was strange, but not unpleasant. Like being welcomed home after a long absence. The Great Hall fell silent when they entered. Every student, every teacher, every ghost turned to stare as Harry walked toward the Gryffindor table. The whispers started almost immediately, urgent, excited, frightened, but Harry ignored them. He sat in his usual spot, reached for a plate of eggs and toast, and began to eat. After a moment, conversations resumed around him. Not normal conversations, not yet, but at least people were talking again. That was well done, Hermione murmured. Acting normal. Who's acting? She gave him a look that suggested she knew exactly how not normal he was feeling inside. The morning post arrived with its usual chaos of owls, and Harry watched as dozens of birds swooped through the hall. He expected the usual, letters for other students, copies of the Daily Prophet, packages from home. What he didn't expect was the avalanche of mail that descended on him specifically. Owl after owl landed near his plate, depositing letters of varying sizes and colors. Some were elegant, sealed with wax crests. Others were plain parchment, hastily folded. A few were actual howlers, their red envelopes already beginning to smoke. Bloody hell, Ron breathed. Harry grabbed the howlers first, better to get them over with, and the screaming started immediately. Minister Fudge's voice, amplified to painful levels, demanding explanations. Rita Skeeter's acidic tones, promising to expose the truth about his illegitimate claim. Anonymous threats from people who apparently felt very strongly about teenage boys not wearing crowns. He let them scream themselves out, then turned to the regular letters. We need a system, Hermione said, already sorting through the pile. These appear to be official ministry correspondence. These are from various noble houses. These are, hate mail. And these, she held up a small stack of pink-scented envelopes. These appear to be marriage proposals. Marriage proposals? You're a king now, Harry. An unmarried king. There are probably families who've been waiting generations for this opportunity. Harry stared at the pink envelopes with something approaching horror. I'm 15. Betrothals can be arranged at any age. Some of these might be offering their daughters. Some their sons. Some might be offering themselves, regardless of age. Ron made a gagging noise. That's disgusting. That's politics. Harry pushed the entire pile away. Later. All of it, later. Right now, I need to figure out what being High King actually means. Library? Hermione asked hopefully. Library. They abandoned the Great Hall to its whispers and made their way through the castle. Students pressed against walls as Harry passed, some bowing, some just staring. A group of first-years actually screamed and ran in the opposite direction. They're afraid of me, Harry said quietly. They're afraid of what happened, Hermione corrected. Give them time. They'll adjust. And if they don't? She didn't answer. The library was nearly empty, too early in the term for most students to have acquired homework worth researching. Madame Pants looked up from her desk as they entered, her expression shifting through surprise, calculation, and finally something that might have been respect. "Your Majesty," she said, inclining her head. "How may I assist you?" Harry blinked. He'd expected suspicion, or at least interrogation about his intentions toward her precious books. "I need everything you have on the High Kings of Hogwarts. Historical records, magical theory, anything relevant." Pants's eyes gleamed. "The restricted section has materials that have not been accessed in centuries. With your permission, of course." "You have it." She practically ran toward the back of the library, and Harry exchanged a glance with Hermione. "I think you just made her year," Hermione said. "I think she's been waiting her whole career for someone to ask for those books." Pants returned with an enormous stack of volumes, some so old their covers had crumbled to dust. She set them on a table with surprising gentleness and stepped back. "These are the primary sources," she said. "I can retrieve secondary materials if needed. And your Majesty should know, there is a section of the library that only responds to the Sovereign's touch. Through that door." She pointed to a small door in the far wall that Harry had never noticed before. "I have never been able to enter. Perhaps you will have better fortune." Harry stared at the door. It looked ordinary enough, old wood, iron handle, nothing special. But he could feel the castle's magic thrumming around it, waiting. Later, he decided. "Let's start with what we have." They dove into the research, spreading books across multiple tables, taking notes on spare parchment. The history of the High Kings was fragmentary at best, large sections appeared to have been deliberately destroyed or removed. But what remained painted a picture that made Harry's stomach clench. "The first High King was elected by the founders themselves," Hermione read aloud. "A wizard named Aldrich Pendragon, no relation to the Muggle legend. He was chosen for his wisdom, his power, and his commitment to protecting magical children from persecution." "Sounds like a good bloke," Ron offered. "He was. At first." Hermione turned a page, her frown deepening. "His early reign was considered a golden age. Hogwarts flourished. Magical Britain was united for the first time in centuries. Other magical nations sent emissaries seeking alliances. So what happened? The records become vague. References to the king's transformation and the darkening of the crown. There's mention of a war, but the details have been removed." And then, she stopped, her face going pale. "Hermione. Then there's a gap of almost 50 years. When the records resume, the High Kings are gone. Hogwarts is governed by the headmaster system. And there's a binding in place, a magical prohibition against speaking of what happened." Harry remembered Dumbledore at the gates, trying to tell him about the last king and being physically unable to complete his sentences. "The binding is still active," he said slowly. "After 1,000 years. That's not possible." Hermione's voice had taken on the stubborn tone she used when reality refused to conform to her expectations. "No magical binding should last that long without maintenance. Unless what? Unless the thing being bound is still alive. Magical bindings often draw power from their subject. A binding on a dead man would fade within centuries. A binding on something still living." The castle shuddered. It was subtle, barely noticeable unless you were paying attention, but Harry felt it through his connection. A tremor deep below, as if something vast had shifted in its sleep. "Harry?" Ron's voice was sharp. "What was that?" "I don't know." Harry stood, pressing his palm against the nearest wall. The stone was warm under his touch, almost feverish. "Castle, what's happening?" "The dreaming one stirs." The castle's voice was strained, tense in a way Harry hadn't heard before. "Your questions have reached him. Your searching has touched his awareness. He knows you are learning. The Dreaming One. You mean Aldrich? The first High King. Yes. He sleeps beneath us, bound by chains of magic forged by the founders themselves. But his sleep grows lighter with each passing year. And now, with you wearing the crown that was once his. He can feel me. You are connected. The crown links all who have worn it. He has been waiting for a successor for 1,000 years. Now that one has arrived. The castle trailed off, but Harry understood. Aldrich wasn't dead. He was imprisoned somewhere beneath Hogwarts, dreaming of freedom. And Harry's crowning had given him hope. We need to know more, Harry said aloud. Everything that's been hidden. Everything the binding prevents people from saying. There is a way. The castle's voice was reluctant. But it requires you to do something dangerous. Tell me. Enter the Sovereign's library. The truth is there, preserved against exactly this moment. But the library exists outside normal space. Time moves differently within its walls. And the knowledge it contains, some of it is better left forgotten. Harry looked at the small door Madame Pants had indicated. It seemed more ominous now, its ordinary appearance clearly concealing something vast. Harry. Hermione's hand was on his arm. Whatever you're thinking, we should discuss it first. There's a library that only I can access. It has the answers we need. And it's dangerous. Everything about this is dangerous. The crown, the castle, whatever's sleeping underneath us. I can't lead if I don't understand what I'm leading. Then we go together, Ron said firmly. Harry shook his head. You can't. The castle says only the Sovereign can enter. Then we wait outside. But we're not leaving you to face this alone. Harry looked at his friends, Ron's stubborn determination, Hermione's worried loyalty, and felt something loosen in his chest. Whatever he was becoming, whoever he had to be, at least he had this. At least he had them. All right, he said. Let's see what secrets are waiting behind that door. They approached the door together. Up close, Harry could feel the magic radiating from it, old, patient, powerful. The castle's magic, yes, but also something else. Something that had been waiting for a very long time. Harry reached out and grasped the handle. The door swung open onto darkness. Not ordinary darkness, the absence of light was total, absolute, a void that seemed to swallow even the concept of illumination. Harry felt his friends tense beside him, felt the castle's magic swirling around the threshold. Stay here, he said. No matter what happens. Stay here until I come back. Harry, promise me. Ron and Hermione exchanged a look, then nodded reluctantly. We promise, Hermione said. But if you're not back in an hour, then get McGonagall. Get everyone. And don't try to follow me. He stepped through the door. The darkness wrapped around him like a physical thing, cold and heavy and complete. For a long moment, there was nothing, no sound, no light, no sensation at all. Harry floated in the void, utterly alone. Then the crown began to glow. Silver gold light spilled from the metal, pushing back the darkness, and Harry found himself standing in a library that made the Hogwarts collection look like a child's bookshelf. The room stretched in every direction, impossibly vast, its walls lined with shelves that reached toward a ceiling lost in shadow. Books filled every inch, leather-bound volumes, scrolls of ancient parchment, crystal tablets that glowed with their own inner light. The air smelled of dust and magic and secrets kept for centuries. Welcome, Sovereign. Harry spun toward the voice. A woman stood among the shelves, or rather, floated, her feet several inches above the floor. She was transparent, a ghost, but unlike any ghost Harry had ever seen. Her robes were simple and ancient, her hair bound in a style that hadn't been fashionable for a millennium. Who are you? I am Helena Ashworth. I was the first keeper of this library, appointed by the founders themselves. I have waited here for 1,000 years, preserving the truth for the one who would need it. Harry studied her carefully. There was something in her eyes, something sharp and calculating, that put him on edge. Dumbledore mentioned a secret group. People who've worked to prevent a new High King from rising. Are you part of them? Helena's expression flickered, surprise, perhaps, or respect. You are more perceptive than the last one. Yes, I serve the Covenant of Ash. We were created to ensure that what happened with Aldrich never happens again. And yet you're offering to help me? I am bound to this library. I must provide truth to any sovereign who enters, regardless of my personal loyalties. She smiled thinly. It is the nature of my curse. Curse? A story for another time. What do you wish to know, Your Majesty? The truth of Aldrich's fall? The nature of the power you've inherited? The enemies who even now gather against you? All of it. Everything. Helena inclined her head. Then follow me. We have much ground to cover, and time moves strangely here. What feels like hours to you will be mere moments in the world outside. She drifted between the shelves, and Harry followed, the crown's light pushing back the shadows. Books whispered as he passed, their contents calling out to be read, secrets yearning to be revealed. Helena led him to a central chamber, where a massive crystal sphere sat on a pedestal of black stone. The sphere was filled with swirling silver mist, shapes and shadows moving within its depths. The memory of kings, Helena said. Every sovereign who has worn the crown has left an imprint here. Their thoughts. Their experiences. Their regrets. Aldrich's memories are in there. Among others. But be warned, experiencing another's memories is not without cost. You will feel what they felt. Know what they knew. And some of what Aldrich knew at the end, it broke him. Harry stared at the sphere. The mist swirled faster, as if sensing his attention. I need to understand, he said. I need to know what I'm facing. Then place your hand upon the crystal and open your mind. Harry reached out. The crystal was cold under his palm, cold enough to burn. The mist within surged toward his touch, pressing against the surface from inside, and then he was falling through silver light and shadow, falling through 1,000 years of memory. He was Aldrich Pendragon, young and idealistic, accepting the crown from Rowena Ravenclaw herself. He felt the weight settle onto his head, felt the castle's magic embrace him, felt the hope and joy of becoming something greater than himself. He was Aldrich Pendragon, 10 years into his reign, walking the halls of a Hogwarts that shone with prosperity. Students learned without fear. Teachers taught without interference. The magical world looked to Hogwarts as a beacon of what was possible when power served wisdom. He was Aldrich Pendragon, 20 years into his reign, facing the first whispers of discontent. Noble families who resented his authority. Ministry officials who feared his power. Former allies who began to look at him with calculation in their eyes. He was Aldrich Pendragon, 30 years into his reign, betrayed. The memory sharpened, crystallized into something razor-edged and terrible. A meeting in the Great Hall. Trusted advisors, people he'd called friends, standing before him with wands raised. Accusations of tyranny, of overreach, of becoming what they'd sworn to oppose. We gave you power to serve, his closest friend said, his voice cold. You've made it your servant instead. I have protected this school, Aldrich replied, and Harry felt the bewilderment, the hurt, the desperate incomprehension. I have sacrificed everything, you've sacrificed nothing. You've only accumulated power, influence, control. Look at yourself, Aldrich. Look at what you've become. And Aldrich looked. He looked at his hands, wreathed in silver fire. He looked at his reflection in the polished floor, at eyes that glowed with power barely contained. He looked at the students cowering in the corners of the hall, students who had once loved him, now terrified of the being he'd become. When had this happened? When had protection become possession? When had guidance become control? No, he whispered. No, this isn't, I never meant, it doesn't matter what you meant. His friend raised his wand. It only matters what you've done. The battle was brief and devastating. Aldrich's power was immense, far greater than any single wizard could hope to match, but they'd planned well. Artifacts designed specifically to counter sovereign magic. Traps woven into the castle's own foundations. And numbers, always numbers, because even a king could not stand against the entire world. He fell in the dungeons, at the entrance to chambers that predated even the founders. They bound him with chains of every magical discipline known to wizard kind. They sealed him in a prison designed to contain gods. And then, because killing him would have released his power into the world, uncontrolled and catastrophic, they let him live. Sleep, his former friend said, standing over Aldrich's chained form. Sleep and dream of the king you could have been. Perhaps someday another will wear your crown. Perhaps they'll succeed where you failed. You don't understand, Aldrich whispered. The power, it changes you, it makes you see threats everywhere. I was trying to protect, we know. That's what makes it tragic. The memory faded, and Harry was himself again, gasping on the floor of the Sovereign's library with tears streaming down his face. Now you understand, Helena said quietly. Harry pushed himself to his hands and knees, his whole body shaking. He could still feel Aldrich's confusion, his hurt, his desperate certainty that he'd been doing the right thing. The man hadn't been evil. He'd been afraid of losing what he'd built, afraid of the threats that surrounded him, afraid of becoming weak. And that fear had consumed him, transformed him, made him into the very thing he'd feared. It wasn't his fault, Harry managed. Not entirely. The power corrupts. Helena's voice was cold. That is what the Covenant believes. The Sovereign's power is too vast for mortal minds to contain. It warps perception, amplifies fear, turns protectors into tyrants. Aldrich is not an anomaly. He is an inevitability. Then why did Mother Magic choose me? If the crown always corrupts its wearer, perhaps she has grown tired of the alternative. 1,000 years of fragmented governance, of secrets and manipulation, of people like Albus Dumbledore playing at kingship without the title. Perhaps she decided that even a corrupted sovereign is better than no sovereign at all. Harry forced himself to his feet. The crown felt heavier now, its weight pressing against his skull. There has to be another way. Aldrich fell because he was alone. Because the people who should have supported him turned against him instead of helping him see what he was becoming. A pleasant theory. Not a theory. A decision. Harry met Helena's eyes, and he saw surprise flicker through her ancient features. Aldrich was isolated by his own power. His friends became afraid of him, and that fear created the very monster they dreaded. But I'm not alone. I have people who will tell me the truth, even when it hurts. People who will challenge me, argue with me, knock me down if I start becoming what Aldrich became. And you believe that will be enough? I believe it's the only thing that has a chance of being enough. Helena studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, something shifted in her expression, a grudging respect, perhaps, or the first stirrings of doubt in her ancient certainties. You are not what I expected, she said finally. The Covenant was certain you would be easy to manage. A boy, traumatized and manipulated, thrust into power he couldn't possibly understand. We thought you would either destroy yourself or provide us with clear justification to destroy you. Sorry to disappoint. Don't be. I have waited 1,000 years for a king worth following. I had given up hope that one would ever come. She paused. But I cannot help you openly. The Covenant would know. They would act against you before you had time to consolidate your position. Then help me secretly. Tell me who they are, what they're planning. Give me the information I need to protect myself and my people. I cannot do that either. My bindings prevent direct betrayal of the Covenant's secrets. Helena's form flickered, her ghostly features contorting with frustration. But I can tell you this, they are watching you. They have agents within the castle, not just myself, but others whose identities even I don't know. They will test you, probe your defenses, look for weaknesses they can exploit. And if I pass their tests, then perhaps, they will decide you are not a threat. But that is a fool's hope. The Covenant has never accepted a sovereign. They cannot afford to. Their entire purpose is preventing what you represent. Harry absorbed this. Enemies in the shadows, watching his every move. Assassination attempts disguised as accidents. And underneath it all, Aldrich dreaming in his prison, growing stronger with each passing day. There's one more thing I need to know, he said. The castle mentioned that Aldrich is waking. That my crowning has given him hope. What happens if he breaks free? Helena's expression went bleak. Then we are all lost. 1,000 years of imprisonment have not diminished his power, if anything, it has concentrated it, distilled it into something even more terrible than what he possessed in life. If Aldrich escapes his bonds, there is no force in the magical world that can stop him. Not even me. You are connected to him through the crown. His power and yours spring from the same source. In theory, that connection could be used against him, but it could also be used by him. He could possess you, consume your identity, walk free wearing your face while everything that makes you Harry Potter screams in the darkness of his prison. Harry's blood ran cold. That's what he's trying to do. The castle said, the castle seeks to protect you. But the castle is also connected to Aldrich. It was his domain for decades before it became his prison. There are parts of it that still remember their old master. Parts that might welcome his return. So I can't trust anyone. Not the Covenant, not the castle, maybe not even myself. Now you begin to understand the nature of sovereignty. Helena's voice softened marginally. The crown is a burden, Your Majesty. Those who seek it are usually unworthy of it. Those worthy of it never want it. You were chosen because you did not ask to be king, but that does not mean you are prepared for what kingship requires. Harry looked around the vast library, at the countless books and scrolls and tablets containing secrets that could change everything. He thought about Ron and Hermione waiting outside, about the students going about their day with no idea of the forces gathering against them, about Dumbledore in exile and Voldemort in hiding in a world that was about to tear itself apart. How do I stop him? He asked. Aldrich. How do I keep him from breaking free? You don't. His awakening is inevitable now. The question is whether you will be ready when it happens. Helena drifted toward a particular shelf, pulling down a slim volume bound in black leather. This contains the only complete account of Aldrich's imprisonment. The founder's own words, describing the chains they forged and the prices they paid. Study it. Understand what you face. And prepare yourself for the choice that is coming. What choice? When Aldrich breaks free, you will have two options. Destroy him and lose your power forever. The crown's connection to him is too deep to sever without breaking yourself in the process. Or absorb him, take his power into yourself, merge his consciousness with your own, and risk becoming exactly what he became. That's not a choice. That's a trap. All choices are traps, Your Majesty. The only question is which trap you're willing to spring. She pressed the book into his hands. It was surprisingly light, its pages yellowed with age but perfectly preserved. Time grows short, Helena said. You have been here longer than you realize. Your friends will be worried. Harry looked around the library one last time, committing its scope to memory. He would need to return, there was more to learn here, more secrets to uncover, but for now, this would have to be enough. Thank you, he said. For telling me the truth. Truth is all I have to offer. Whether it helps or harms you remains to be seen. Helena paused at the edge of the shadows. One more thing, Your Majesty. The Covenant's leader, the one called the Voice, is closer than you know. They have been watching you since before the crowning, waiting to see which way you would fall. Be careful who you trust. Is there anyone I can trust? That is for you to discover. Her form began to fade, dissolving into the darkness between the shelves. I hope you prove worthy, Harry Potter. For all our sakes. Then she was gone, and Harry was alone in the Sovereign's library with a book of ancient secrets and the weight of an impossible future pressing down on his shoulders. He found his way back to the entrance. The library seemed to shift around him, guiding his steps, and stepped through the door into the familiar warmth of the regular Hogwarts library. Ron and Hermione were exactly where he'd left them, but their expressions had changed. Worry had been replaced by near panic, and the moment Harry appeared, Hermione launched herself at him. 3 hours, she gasped. You were gone for 3 hours. We were about to get McGonagall, 3 hours. It had felt like maybe 20 minutes inside. The door disappeared, Ron said. Just vanished, like it had never been there. We'd been pacing around like idiots, trying to figure out what to do. Harry looked back over his shoulder. The door was visible again, exactly where it had been before. The castle's magic pulsed around it, satisfied. Time works differently in there, he said. The castle warned me, but I didn't realize. What did you find? Hermione was already eyeing the book in his hands. What is that? The truth. Harry clutched the volume against his chest. And it's worse than we thought. They found an empty classroom, not hard, given that most of the castle seemed to be avoiding them, and Harry told them everything. The Sovereign's library. Helena Ashworth and the Covenant of Ash. Aldrich's memories, his fall, his imprisonment. The choice that was coming. By the time he finished, Ron's face had gone gray and Hermione looked like she might be sick. So let me get this straight, Ron said slowly. There's an ancient evil king trapped under the castle who's trying to possess you. There's a secret society dedicated to making sure you fail. Dumbledore knew about all of this and never told anyone. And the only way to stop the evil king is to either give up your power or risk turning evil yourself. That's, basically it, yeah. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And here I thought OWLS were going to be our biggest problem this year. Hermione had taken the book and was flipping through its pages, her eyes scanning the ancient text with impressive speed. This is extraordinary, she murmured. The Founder's own account of the binding ritual. The magical theory behind it. I've never seen anything like this. It's centuries ahead of its time. Can you understand it? Some of it. The foundational concepts are similar to modern binding theory, but the execution is completely different. They weren't just containing Aldrich's body, they were creating a pocket dimension within the castle's foundations, a prison that exists partially outside normal spacetime. Which explains why he's still alive after 1,000 years. Exactly. Time flows differently inside. For him, it might have been much shorter. Or much longer. There's no way to know without actually entering the prison. Hermione looked up, her expression troubled. Harry, this talks about the chains they used. Magical constructs designed to bind the sovereigns. Power. But it also says the chains are weakening. They were never meant to last forever. How long do we have? Based on the degradation rates described here, months. Maybe weeks. It's hard to say exactly, but Aldrich will be free before the end of the school year. Harry felt the weight of that settle onto him. Not years to prepare. Not even a full term. Just weeks, maybe months, before he had to face a being of immense power who wanted to steal his body and his crown. We need allies, he said. Real allies, not just people who tolerate me because they're afraid of what the castle will do. You have us, Ron said immediately. I know. But we need more. We need people who can fight, who can help plan, who have resources and connections. The Covenant has been building their network for centuries. We have weeks to build ours. The students, Hermione said slowly. Last year, during the Triwizard Tournament, you proved yourself to them. When Cedric, she stopped, swallowed. When you came back with his body, telling the truth about Voldemort, a lot of people believed you. Even if the Ministry didn't. Most of them are afraid of me now. Give them a reason not to be. Show them what kind of king you're going to be. Not through edicts or displays of power, but through actions. Help them. Protect them. Be the leader Aldrich wasn't at the end. It made sense. Harry had spent 4 years at Hogwarts being alternately celebrated and reviled, trusted and suspected. The students knew him, knew the real him, not the legend. If he could prove that the crown hadn't changed who he was at his core. All right, he said. That's our first priority. Build trust with the students. Show them I'm still Harry. What about the Covenant? Ron asked. Helena said they have agents in the castle. How do we find them? We don't. Not directly. Harry thought about what Helena had told him, about the tests that were coming. We let them come to us. They want to see what I'll do with power. So we give them something to see, something that makes them question whether I really need to be stopped. That's dangerous. Everything's dangerous. At least this way, we're choosing the danger instead of having it chosen for us. A knock at the classroom door interrupted them. Harry tensed, his hand moving automatically toward his wand, before he caught himself. He was still reacting like a student, like someone who needed to hide. He was a king now. Kings didn't hide. Enter, he called. The door opened to reveal Professor McGonagall, her expression a mixture of relief and annoyance. Your Majesty, she said. I've been searching for you for the past hour. There are matters that require your attention. What kind of matters? The kind that involve the Ministry attempting to declare your sovereignty illegitimate. McGonagall's lips thinned. Minister Fudge has called an emergency session of the Wizengamot. They're debating whether to recognize your claim or declare you a threat to magical society. Harry exchanged a glance with his friends. So it began, the political battle he'd known was coming. When is the session? Tomorrow morning. You'll be expected to present yourself and make your case. And if I refuse? Then they will almost certainly declare against you. The Ministry has been gathering support among the noble houses all morning. Lucius Malfoy, in particular, has been quite vocal about the dangers of unchecked power in the hands of a child. Harry nearly laughed at the irony. Lucius Malfoy, Voldemort's loyal servant, concerned about unchecked power. I'll be there, he said. But not as a supplicant. I won't beg for their recognition. No one expects you to beg, Your Majesty. But a bit of political finesse wouldn't go amiss. The Wizengamot responds to persuasion as much as power. Persuasion. Harry looked at Hermione. You know more about magical law and politics than anyone I know. Can you help me prepare? Hermione's eyes lit up. I've already started researching. There are precedents, ancient ones, that support the sovereignty of Hogwarts. The Ministry's authority over the castle has always been more assumed than actual. Good. Get me everything you can find. Ron, I'll talk to my dad, Ron said, already moving toward the door. He's got contacts in the Ministry. People who might not love Fudge as much as they pretend to. We need to know who's voting which way. Thank you. Both of you. They hurried out, leaving Harry alone with McGonagall. The professor studied him for a long moment, her expression unreadable. You've changed, she said finally. Have I? Something in your eyes. A weight that wasn't there before. She paused. What did you find in that library, Mr. Potter? The truth. About what I'm facing. About what's sleeping beneath this castle. And it frightened you. Terrified me. Harry met her gaze directly. But I'm not going to run from it. This is my responsibility now, the students, the castle, everything. I didn't ask for it, but it's mine. McGonagall nodded slowly. When Dumbledore was removed, I wasn't certain what to think. He has been a fixture at this school for so long that it seemed impossible to imagine Hogwarts without him. But watching you today, seeing how you handled the students, the staff, that dreadful Umbridge woman. She almost smiled. Perhaps change is exactly what this school needs. You knew Dumbledore better than most. Do you think he was right to fear me? The question hung in the air between them. McGonagall's expression shifted, pain, loyalty, doubt, all flickering across her features. I think, she said carefully, that Albus Dumbledore is a great wizard who has made terrible mistakes. I think he has carried burdens alone that should have been shared, kept secrets that should have been told. And I think, she hesitated. I think he fears you not because of what you are, but because of what he was. There is much about his past that he has never revealed. Things that might explain his obsession with control. You don't know what those things are. I have suspicions. Nothing more. McGonagall straightened, resuming her usual brisk demeanor. But this is not the time for such conversations. You have a battle to fight tomorrow, Your Majesty. I suggest you spend the rest of today preparing for it. She turned to leave, then paused at the door. For what it's worth, she said without looking back, I am glad it was you. Of all the people that Crown might have chosen, I am glad it chose Harry Potter. Then she was gone, and Harry was alone with his thoughts. The afternoon passed in a blur of research and strategy. Hermione returned with armfuls of books and scrolls, citing precedents and laws that Harry could barely follow. Ron brought intelligence from his father, a list of Wisengamot members and their likely positions, divided into supporters, opponents, and undecided. The picture was not encouraging. Fudge had been working hard. Most of the noble houses were aligned against Harry, either out of genuine fear or political calculation. The handful who might support him, the Longbottoms, the Bones family, a few others, were badly outnumbered. We need a dramatic gesture, Hermione said, pacing the length of the office that Harry had reluctantly claimed as his own. Something that proves your legitimacy beyond question. The ministry can argue about interpretation all they want, but if you can demonstrate real power, that's what they're afraid of, Harry pointed out. Me demonstrating real power. It'll just prove their point. Then demonstrate something else. Wisdom. Restraint. Show them that you're not Aldrich, that you don't intend to use the crown the way he did. How do I show that in a speech? Ron looked up from the list he was studying. Maybe you don't. Maybe you show it before you even get there. What do you mean? Malfoy's dad is leading the opposition, right? And we know Draco came to you yesterday, offering information about some secret group his father's involved with. Harry nodded slowly, seeing where Ron was going. You think I should reach out to Draco? Show the Wisengamot that I'm willing to work with former enemies. Not just reach out. Actually help him. The Malfoys are in deep with you-know-who, and Draco's trying to find a way out. If you can offer him protection, real protection, backed by the castle's power, it proves you're using the crown to save people, not control them. It was clever. More than clever, it was exactly the kind of symbolic gesture that might sway undecided voters. Draco might refuse, Harry said. Publicly accepting help from me would be admitting his family's position is weak. Then he refuses. But you made the offer. That's what matters. Harry considered it. Reaching out to Draco Malfoy felt wrong on a visceral level. Years of antagonism didn't just disappear because the circumstances had changed. But this wasn't about personal feelings. This was about proving what kind of king he intended to be. All right, he said. Let's find Draco. They found him in the dungeons, predictably enough, emerging from the Slytherin common room with Crabbe and Goyle flanking him like oversized bookends. Draco's face went through several emotions when he saw Harry approaching: surprise, wariness, something that might have been hope. Potter, he said, his drawl not quite covering his uncertainty. Your Majesty, I should say. To what do I owe the pleasure? We need to talk. Privately. Draco glanced at his bodyguards, then back at Harry. Something passed across his features, a calculation, a decision. Leave us, he told Crabbe and Goyle. They looked confused but obeyed, lumbering off down the corridor. You too, Harry told Ron and Hermione. I'll be fine. Hermione looked like she wanted to argue, but Ron grabbed her arm and pulled her away. Harry watched them go, then turned his attention back to Draco. You came to me last night, Harry said. Offered information about a group your father's involved with. I want to hear more. Draco's expression flickered. I might have spoken rashly. The situation was chaotic, Draco. Harry stepped closer, letting his voice drop. I know what's happening in your family. I know you're afraid of what your father's become, what he expects you to become. And I know there's a war coming that you don't want to fight. You don't know anything. I know that you came to me, unprompted, in the middle of the biggest upheaval Hogwarts has seen in a century. You didn't have to do that. You could have kept your head down, waited to see which way the wind was blowing. But you didn't. Draco said nothing, but his jaw was tight, his hands clenched at his sides. I'm offering you something, Harry continued. Protection. For you and your mother. If you help me understand what your father's planning, I'll make sure the Dark Lord can never touch you. The Dark Lord. Draco laughed, but there was no humor in it. You think the Dark Lord is my biggest problem? Potter, Harry, there are forces at play here that make the Dark Lord look like a playground bully. My father's involved with people who've been pulling strings for centuries. They have agents everywhere. They know everything that happens in the ministry, in the noble houses, in this school. The Covenant of Ash. Draco went pale. You know about them? I know they want me dead. I know they have agents in the castle. I know their leader is someone called the Voice, and they're close enough to watch my every move. Harry held Draco's gaze. What I don't know is who they are. Help me figure that out, and I'll protect you from whatever comes. For a long moment, Draco just stared at him. The usual mask of superiority was gone, replaced by something raw and frightened. My father joined them years ago, he said quietly. I don't know all the details, but I know they promised him power, real power, not the scraps the Dark Lord throws to his servants. They want to prevent any king from ever ruling magical Britain again. They think the crown corrupts. Turns good people into monsters. Do you believe that? I don't know. I've seen what power does to people. My father. The Dark Lord. Even Dumbledore, in his way. Draco's voice dropped to barely a whisper. But I've also seen you, Potter. For years of watching you face impossible situations and somehow come out the other side still, yourself. If anyone could wear that crown without becoming a monster, it might be you. That almost sounded like a compliment. Don't let it go to your head. Harry allowed himself a slight smile. I won't. So, will you help me? Draco hesitated. The moment stretched, weighted with everything that had passed between them over the years, the insults, the fights, the petty cruelties on both sides. It should have been impossible to trust each other. But impossible things were happening with remarkable frequency lately. I'll tell you what I know, Draco said finally. But I want something in return beyond protection. Name it. When you face the Wizengamot tomorrow, take me with you. Let me stand beside you, publicly, in front of everyone. My father will be furious. The Covenant will know I've betrayed them. But it will also show the other houses that you're serious about building bridges. It was a significant risk for Draco, and a significant opportunity for Harry. A Malfoy publicly aligning with the new High King would send shockwaves through the political establishment. Done, Harry said. We'll go together. Draco nodded, some of the tension leaving his shoulders. Then we should talk. There's a lot you need to know, and we don't have much time. They found an empty classroom. Harry was beginning to think the castle was deliberately providing private spaces whenever he needed them, and Draco told him everything he knew about the Covenant. It wasn't as much as Harry had hoped, but it was more than nothing. The Covenant operated in cells, Draco explained, with most members knowing only a few others. His father was part of the political arm, working to ensure ministry opposition to any sovereign. There were other arms, military, intelligence, magical research, but Lucius wasn't privy to their operations. The voice was a mystery even to senior members. They communicated through intermediaries, their identity unknown. Some believed the voice wasn't even a single person, but a rotating position passed between the highest-ranking members. There's something else, Draco said, his voice dropping. My father mentioned once, when he didn't know I was listening, that the Covenant has someone inside Hogwarts. Not just Helena, the ghost in the restricted library. Someone living. Someone with access to the headmasters, to your office. Harry's blood ran cold. Do you know who? No. He didn't say. But whoever it is, they've been reporting on Dumbledore for years. Every decision he made, every conversation he had, the Covenant knew about it almost before it happened. A spy in the castle. Someone with access to the highest levels of Hogwarts administration. The list of suspects was short, the staff, the ghosts, maybe some of the portraits. But narrowing it down further would require more information. Thank you, Harry said. This helps. I hope so. Draco stood, straightening his robes. I should go. If I'm seen with you too long, people will talk. Let them. Tomorrow, everyone's going to see us together anyway. Tomorrow is different. Tomorrow is a statement. Tonight is just gossip, and gossip can be dangerous in the wrong ears. He had a point. Harry let him go, watching as the Malfoy heir disappeared into the dungeon corridors. The evening crept on, and Harry found himself restless. He'd done everything he could to prepare for tomorrow, studied Hermione's research, memorized key precedents, practiced what he would say. But his mind kept returning to the Sovereign's library, to Aldrich's memories, to the dreaming presence far below. You feel him, the castle said. His awareness touching yours. Can he see what I see? Know what I'm planning? Not yet. The chains still bind him, even if they weaken. But his influence grows. Dreams. Impulses. Thoughts that are not quite your own. Harry shivered. How do I know which thoughts are mine? You don't. That is the nature of the connection. The crown binds you together, for good or ill. The best you can do is stay true to who you are, and trust that the people around you will tell you if you start to change. It wasn't reassuring. Harry had spent his whole life being told who he was supposed to be, the boy who lived, the chosen one, a hero or a fraud depending on the day's headlines. How could he stay true to himself when he wasn't even sure what that meant? He ended up on the astronomy tower, staring out at the stars. The crown sat heavy on his head, its presence a constant reminder of everything that had changed. Below, the castle stretched in all directions, courtyards and towers, windows glowing with warm light. Students going about their evening, largely unaware of the forces gathering around them. They depend on you now, the castle murmured. Their safety. Their future. Everything rests on your shoulders. I know. Are you afraid? Terrified? Good. Aldrich stopped being afraid, at the end. He became so certain of his own righteousness that he forgot how to question himself. Fear is not weakness, it is wisdom. Never forget what it feels like to be afraid. Harry considered that. It wasn't the kind of advice he'd expected from a 1,000-year-old magical fortress. You really want me to succeed, don't you? I want what I have always wanted, to protect the children within my walls. For 1,000 years, I have watched them grow, learn, become the people they were meant to be. Headmasters come and go. Ministers rise and fall. But the children remain. They are my purpose. They are why I exist. Aldrich forgot that, in the end. He became so focused on protecting the world that he forgot to protect what was actually in front of him. The students cowered in fear of their own king. The halls that should have rung with laughter fell silent. I do not want that again. I want a sovereign who remembers why this place matters. Harry looked back at the castle, at its ancient walls and glowing windows, and something settled in his chest. Not confidence, exactly, the situation was too precarious for confidence, but something like resolve. I'll try, he said. I'll try to be what you need me to be. That is all I ask. The door to the tower creaked open, and Harry turned to find Ginny climbing the last few stairs. Thought I might find you here, she said. Ron said you like high places when you're thinking. Ron talks too much. Ron's worried about you. We all are. She came to stand beside him at the parapet, her red hair catching the starlight. Big day tomorrow. Yeah. Nervous? That obvious? She smiled slightly. You're literally glowing. The crown does that when you're stressed. Harry reached up, startled, and felt the warmth of the crown intensifying. He focused, trying to calm himself, and the glow faded. I don't know if I can do this, he admitted. The Wisengamot, the politics, all of it. I'm 15. I can barely manage my homework, and now I'm supposed to convince the most powerful people in magical Britain to accept me as their king. You're not asking them to accept you as their king. You're asking them to respect the sovereignty of Hogwarts, which has existed since before the ministry was founded. There's a difference. Is there? The first makes it about you. The second makes it about the students, the school, the principle of the thing. One is personal. The other is bigger than personal. Ginny leaned against the parapet, her expression thoughtful. You're good at that, you know. Making things not about you. It's one of the reasons people trust you. Harry wasn't sure he agreed, but he appreciated the sentiment. What are you doing up here anyway? He asked. It's getting late. Couldn't sleep. Too much happening. She was quiet for a moment. I wanted to tell you something. About last year, about what Tom Riddle did to me. Harry went very still. They'd never talked about it, not really. The Chamber of Secrets was a memory both of them had worked hard to bury. You don't have to, I know I don't have to. I want to. Ginny took a breath. When the diary had me, I felt disconnected. From myself, from everything. I did things I couldn't remember, said things that didn't sound like me. And the worst part was, I didn't realize anything was wrong until it was almost too late. Ginny. The point is, I know what it's like to have something in your head that shouldn't be there. Something that's trying to change you, control you, make you into something you're not. She met his eyes, her gaze fierce and steady. So if that ever starts happening to you, if Aldrich or the crown or anything else starts twisting you around, I'll know. I'll see it. And I'll tell you, even if you don't want to hear it. It was, Harry realized, exactly what he'd told Helena he needed. People who would challenge him, tell him the truth, knock him down if necessary. Thank you, he said quietly. That means more than you know. I know exactly what it means. That's why I said it. They stood together in comfortable silence, watching the stars wheel overhead. The castle hummed around them, ancient and patient, waiting to see what tomorrow would bring. Harry didn't know if he would succeed. Didn't know if he could be the king Hogwarts needed, or if Aldrich's fate would become his own. But he knew one thing with absolute certainty. He wasn't alone. And that, more than any crown or magical power, might be the thing that saved him. The stars burned on through the night, and somewhere far below, in chambers that had never seen sunlight, Aldrich Pendragon opened his eyes in the darkness and smiled. Soon, he whispered to himself. Soon, little king. Soon we will see what you're made of. And in his chains, he began to dream of freedom. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, Blood and Banners. The Ministry of Magic's atrium was designed to intimidate. Harry understood that the moment he stepped out of the flue, ash still clinging to his robes. The ceiling soared impossibly high, gilded and gleaming, while the fountain of magical brethren dominated the central space, wizard and witch standing tall above the fawning figures of goblin, house elf, and centaur. The message was clear: know your place. Harry had never liked this place. Today, he liked it even less. Breathe, Hermione murmured beside him. You look like you're about to hex someone. I'm considering it. Draco Malfoy emerged from the next fireplace, brushing soot from his immaculate robes with practiced ease. His presence had already caused a stir. Whispers rippled through the crowd of ministry workers, eyes tracking the unlikely trio as they made their way toward the lifts. They're staring, Ron observed unnecessarily. Let them. Harry kept his pace steady, his expression neutral. The crown sat invisible on his head. He discovered, with the castle's help, how to conceal it from casual observation, but he could feel its weight nonetheless. Staring is the least of what they'll do today. The lift descended into the bowels of the ministry, past level after level of bureaucratic machinery, until finally the grilles opened onto level 10, the Wizengamot chambers. The corridor was already crowded with reporters, lobbyists, and curious onlookers who'd somehow obtained access. Flash bulbs popped as Harry emerged, and questions erupted from all directions. Mr. Potter. Is it true you've claimed sovereignty over Hogwarts? Your Majesty. What do you say to accusations that you're a threat to magical society? Harry. Over here. Can you confirm rumors of Dumbledore's exile? Harry ignored them all, pushing through the crowd toward the heavy oak doors at the corridor's end. Aurors flanked the entrance, their expressions carefully blank, and for a moment Harry thought they might try to stop him. They didn't. The doors swung open at his approach, and Harry walked into the heart of magical Britain's government. The Wizengamot chamber was circular, with tiered seating rising in concentric rings around a central floor. Hundreds of witches and wizards in plum-colored robes filled the benches, their faces a mixture of curiosity, hostility, and carefully maintained neutrality. At the highest point sat Cornelius Fudge, his lime-green bowler hat slightly askew, flanked by Dolores Umbridge in her inevitable pink and a severe-looking which Harry didn't recognize. In the front row of the observers' gallery, Lucius Malfoy sat like a man holding 4 aces. His expression flickered when he saw Draco enter beside Harry, confusion, then fury, quickly suppressed behind a mask of aristocratic calm. Order. Fudge's amplified voice cut through the murmuring. This emergency session of the Wizengamot will come to order. The chamber fell silent. Harry walked to the center of the floor, feeling every eye upon him. Ron and Hermione took seats in the gallery. Draco, after a moment's hesitation, sat beside them. Harry James Potter, Fudge began, his voice dripping with false formality, you have been summoned before this body to answer questions regarding recent events at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Specifically, your alleged claim to, I haven't claimed anything. Harry's voice carried clearly through the chamber without magical amplification, a trick the castle had taught him. I was chosen. Chosen. Fudge's smile was patronizing. By whom, exactly? By Mother Magic herself. By the castle. By powers older than this ministry and its laws. Muttering rippled through the assembly. Fudge raised a hand for silence. An extraordinary claim. One that, I'm sure you'll understand, requires extraordinary evidence. The evidence is Hogwarts itself. The castle has accepted my authority. Its wards answer to me. Its magic responds to my will. Harry paused, letting that sink in. You can verify this easily enough. Send anyone you like to the school. They'll find that what I'm telling you is true. We have already received reports, the severe which beside Fudge interjected. Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, she added, for Harry's benefit. Multiple sources confirm unusual magical activity at Hogwarts. However, unusual activity does not necessarily validate your claims of sovereignty. What would validate them, Madam Bones? She studied him with sharp, assessing eyes. Historical precedent. Legal foundation. Proof that such a position ever existed and was intended to be filled. I can provide all three. Harry reached into his robes and withdrew a scroll, one Hermione had prepared overnight, containing every relevant precedent and legal argument they'd been able to find. He offered it to the nearest Auror, who carried it up to the judge's bench. The founding charter of Hogwarts, Harry said as Bones unrolled the scroll, explicitly establishes the school as sovereign territory, independent of any external government. It further provides for the appointment of a High King or Queen to serve as the ultimate authority in matters of school governance. A charter written over 1,000 years ago, Fudge scoffed. Before the ministry existed. Before modern magical society, before your authority, Harry agreed. Which is precisely the point. Hogwarts predates the ministry. Its charter was never superseded, never amended, never revoked. The only reason the ministry has exercised any influence over the school is because successive headmasters chose to allow it. You're suggesting that Hogwarts has always been outside ministry jurisdiction. I'm not suggesting it. I'm stating it as fact. The muttering grew louder. Harry could see members of the Wizengamot exchanging glances, some worried, some calculating. Amelia Bones was reading the scroll with growing interest, her frown deepening. Even if we accept your interpretation, she said slowly, that doesn't address the fundamental concern. You are 15 years old, Mr. Potter. A child, by any reasonable standard. How can you possibly be qualified to govern an institution as important as Hogwarts? I don't intend to govern the academic side of the school. Professor McGonagall will continue handling educational matters, as she has done for decades. My role is different. And what role is that? Protection. Harry let the word hang in the air. The students of Hogwarts are in danger. Not from me, from the forces gathering outside your walls. Voldemort, the name sent a shockwave through the chamber. Gasps, cries of alarm, one which actually fainting in the upper benches. Fudge had gone purple. You will not speak that name in this chamber. I'll speak the truth in this chamber, whether you want to hear it or not. Harry's voice hardened. Voldemort has returned. I watched him rise from a cauldron, watched him murder Cedric Diggory, felt him try to kill me. You can deny it all you want, Minister. It won't change what's coming. Lies. Fudge was on his feet now, spittle flying. Delusions. This boy is clearly unstable, the trauma of the Triwizard Tournament has unhinged him, then test me. Harry cut through the minister's tirade. Veritaserum. Pensive memories. Whatever proof you need. I'll submit to any examination you choose, right here, right now. Silence. Fudge's mouth worked, but no sound emerged. He hadn't expected Harry to offer that. Truth verification was supposed to be his trump card, the threat he could hold over Harry's head. By volunteering, Harry had taken that weapon away. Amelia Bones leaned forward. You would submit to Veritaserum questioning. Under oath. Regarding both the events of last June and your claims of sovereignty? Absolutely. Then I move that we proceed with such an examination. Bones looked around at her fellow judges. Unless there are objections. Fudge was clearly trying to find one, but the chamber had turned against him. Members were nodding, calling for the motion to be seconded. Even Umbridge, for all her simpering loyalty, seemed to recognize which way the wind was blowing. Very well, Fudge said through gritted teeth. The examination will proceed. An Auror was dispatched to fetch the Veritaserum while a court scribe prepared the official record. Harry used the delay to scan the gallery, finding Ron and Hermione in the crowd. Hermione gave him a subtle thumbs up. Ron looked like he might be sick. Draco sat rigid beside them, his face a careful mask. But Harry caught the slight tremor in his hands, the way his eyes kept darting to his father in the front row. Lucius Malfoy hadn't moved since the session began, but his fury was palpable, a cold, controlled rage that promised consequences. The aura returned with a small crystal vial. The liquid inside was clear as water, perfectly still. 3 drops, Bones instructed. Administered under the supervision of the full Wizengamot. Harry tilted his head back and opened his mouth. The drops hit his tongue like ice, spreading through his system with an uncomfortable tingling sensation. The world took on a slightly fuzzy quality, his thoughts becoming sluggish but clear. "State your name," Bones commanded. "Harry James Potter." The words came without conscious thought, pulled from somewhere deep inside him. What happened on the night of June 24th of last year? And Harry told them. He told them about the maze, the Triwizard Cup that was actually a portkey, the graveyard where Peter Pettigrew waited. He told them about Cedric's murder, quick, brutal, meaningless. He told them about the ritual, the cauldron, Voldemort's rebirth in that twisted, inhuman body. He told them about the duel, the Priori Incantatem, the shades of Voldemort's victims buying him time to escape. The chamber was utterly silent when he finished. Even Fudge had stopped fidgeting. "Do you believe what you have just told us to be true?" Bones asked. "Yes. Is there any possibility you were deceived? That what you witnessed was an illusion or fabrication?" "I felt Voldemort's curse hit me. I saw Cedric die. I spoke with the echoes of my parents." Harry's voice cracked slightly. "No illusion could have done that." Bones nodded slowly. "Now, regarding your claims of sovereignty. Were you chosen by an entity identifying itself as Mother Magic?" "Yes." "Did you seek this position? Did you take any action to bring about this crowning?" "No. I didn't even know it was possible until it happened." "And what are your intentions now that you hold this title?" "To protect Hogwarts. To keep the students safe from Voldemort and anyone else who threatens them. To prove that power doesn't have to corrupt the one who holds it." The last answer surprised even Harry. He hadn't consciously intended to say that, the Veritaserum had pulled it from somewhere deeper, some core conviction he hadn't fully articulated to himself. "I think we've heard enough." Amelia Bones turned to address the full Wizengamot. "This body must now decide how to respond to Mr. Potter's claims. I will note, for the record, that Veritaserum testimony is admissible as proof of the witness's sincere belief, though not necessarily of objective fact." "His sincere belief?" Fudge sputtered. "The boy just claimed that you know who has returned. Under magical compulsion. Are we supposed to simply accept? We are supposed to consider the evidence before us." Bones's voice was sharp. "Something this ministry has been notably reluctant to do. This is outrageous." "What's outrageous," a new voice cut in, "is that we're debating the testimony of a child instead of preparing for the war he's just described." Every head turned toward the speaker. Augusta Longbottom stood in the upper benches, her vulture-topped hat quivering with indignation. Beside her, a younger witch with close-cropped hair and a monocle, Susan Bones's aunt, Harry realized, nodded in agreement. "I have known Albus Dumbledore for 60 years, Augusta continued. "He is many things, not all of them admirable, but he is not a fool. When he supported Mr. Potter's account of you-know-who's return, I believed him. When the ministry chose denial over preparation, I lost faith in this institution's judgment." "Lady Longbottom," Fudge began. "I am not finished." Augusta's voice could have cut glass. "Now we learn that Hogwarts itself has chosen a new sovereign. That ancient magic, dormant for a millennium, has awakened to crown this young man as High King. And our response is to quibble over jurisdiction." She descended the steps slowly, her cane clicking against the stone, until she stood on the chamber floor facing Harry. "I recognize your authority," she said clearly. "House Longbottom stands with the High King of Hogwarts." The words hit the chamber like a thunderclap. Before the shock could fade, another figure was rising, Amelia Bones herself, setting aside her role as judge to speak as head of her house. "House Bones also recognizes the sovereignty of Hogwarts," she declared. "And calls upon this body to do the same." Then another. And another. Houses Harry had never heard of, witches and wizards he'd never met, standing one by one to declare their allegiance. Not all of them, not even most of them, but enough. Enough to shift the balance, to turn Fudge's confident majority into something far more uncertain. Lucius Malfoy remained seated through it all, his expression unreadable. But Harry noticed his knuckles going white where they gripped his cane. "This is a farce." Fudge's voice had gone shrill. "We cannot simply accept the claims of a disturbed teenager because some ancient magic supposedly, perhaps," Draco Malfoy's voice cut through the chaos. "The minister should hear from someone with direct knowledge of the situation." Every eye in the chamber turned to Draco as he descended from the gallery. Harry watched Lucius's face go through shock, fury, and finally something that might have been fear. "I have spent 4 years at Hogwarts with Harry Potter," Draco said, his voice steady despite the slight tremor Harry could see in his hands. "I have been his rival, his enemy, his critic. I have mocked him, fought him, wished him failure at every turn." He came to stand beside Harry, facing the assembled Wizengamot. "But I have also watched him. I have seen him face dangers that would break grown wizards, seen him risk his life for people who had given him no reason for loyalty. And I have seen the castle respond to him, not with the grudging tolerance it showed to Dumbledore, but with something else. Recognition. Welcome." Draco paused, and when he continued, his voice was quieter but no less intense. "Hogwarts has chosen. We can accept that choice and work with the new reality, or we can pretend it hasn't happened and watch everything fall apart. Those are our options. There are no others." He turned to face his father directly. "I'm sorry," he said, and Harry heard the complexity in those two words, sorrow, defiance, and something like relief. "But I won't be part of what you're planning. Not anymore." Lucius Malfoy rose slowly, his face a mask of cold fury. "You are a child," he said, his voice silky and dangerous. "You do not understand the forces at play here. When you have had time to reflect, I understand perfectly." Draco's chin lifted. "I understand that you've sold your soul to a monster who will destroy everything we have. I understand that your associates have been manipulating this country for centuries. And I understand that Harry Potter is our best chance of surviving what's coming." Father and son faced each other across the chamber floor, and Harry felt the weight of centuries pressing down, old grudges, old alliances, old hatreds being reshaped in this single moment. "You will regret this," Lucius said finally, each word a promise. "Maybe. But at least I'll be alive to regret it." The chamber had gone deathly quiet. Harry stepped forward, drawing attention back to himself. "I don't expect the ministry to embrace me," he said. "I don't expect you to trust me, or like me, or support what I'm doing. But I do expect you to recognize reality. Hogwarts is sovereign territory. I am its king. You can work with that or against it, but you cannot change it." He looked around the chamber, meeting eyes that looked away, eyes that held steady, eyes that burned with hatred or hope. "Voldemort is coming," Harry continued. "He's building his army, gathering his allies, preparing for a war that will tear this world apart. When he comes, Hogwarts will stand against him. The question is whether you'll stand with us or cower behind your politics while everything burns." He turned and walked toward the exit. Ron, Hermione, and Draco fell in behind him, and the crowd parted to let them pass. "This session is not concluded." Fudge's voice followed them. "Potter. You cannot simply." The doors slammed shut behind them, cutting off the minister's protests. In the corridor, Hermione immediately grabbed Harry's arm. "That was incredible," she breathed. The way you handled Fudge, the testimony, everything, it's not over. Harry kept walking, needing to move, to burn off the adrenaline coursing through his system. We bought time, maybe shifted some opinions. But Fudge still controls the ministry, and Lucius still has his allies. Speaking of which. Ron was watching Draco with an expression somewhere between grudging respect and lingering suspicion. That was quite a show, Malfoy. Very dramatic. It wasn't a show. Draco's voice was hollow. I just burned every bridge my family has spent generations building. My father will never forgive me. The Dark Lord will want me dead. And the Covenant. He trailed off, his face going pale. The Covenant will be angry, Harry finished. But you're under my protection now. That has to count for something. Does it? Draco laughed bitterly. They've been killing kings for 1,000 years, Potter. What makes you think they can't kill one more? It was a fair question. Harry didn't have a good answer. They returned to Hogwarts via the Floo network in the minister's own office, a small act of defiance that Fudge was powerless to prevent. The castle welcomed Harry back with a warm pulse of magic, its presence wrapping around him like a familiar embrace. Well done, it murmured. You have made allies today. And enemies. More enemies than allies, I think. Perhaps. But the allies you have made are true ones. That is worth more than 100 false friends. Harry made his way to his office. He was starting to think of it that way, instead of as Dumbledore's office, and collapsed into the chair behind the great desk. Ron and Hermione settled into seats across from him. Draco remained standing, too keyed up to sit. We need to talk about next steps, Hermione said, pulling out parchment and quill with characteristic efficiency. The Wisengamot session bought us time, but Fudge won't give up easily. He'll look for other ways to undermine your position. Let him try. Harry was surprised by the confidence in his own voice. The castle's magic protects against outside interference. As long as I'm here, he can't touch me. But you can't stay here forever. And there are students with families in the ministry's pocket. If Fudge decides to start pressuring them, then we protect them. Harry looked at Draco. You said your father was connected to the Covenant. Do you know how they communicate? How they coordinate their actions? Draco hesitated. Some of it. They use a network of spelled mirrors, like the two-way mirrors some families have, but more sophisticated. Untraceable, unbreakable, impossible to intercept. Your father has one. In his study at the manor. Hidden behind a painting of Salazar Slytherin. Draco's lip curled. Subtle, I know. Could we get access to it? Listen in on their communications? Possibly. But it would mean breaking into Malfoy Manor, getting past centuries of protective wards, and then somehow escaping without being caught. Draco shook his head. Even with your new powers, that's not a small undertaking. What if we didn't need to break in? Ron leaned forward, an unusual intensity in his expression. What if we had someone on the inside? Everyone turned to look at him. My dad's mentioned the Malfoys have house elves, Ron explained. Loads of them. And house elf magic is different from wizard magic, it can bypass most wards. Dobby, Harry said slowly, understanding dawning. Exactly. He used to work for the Malfoys, right? And he's completely loyal to you now. If anyone could get into the manor undetected. It was brilliant. It was also incredibly dangerous, not for Harry, but for Dobby. If the little elf were caught. I won't order him to do it, Harry said. But I'll ask. It has to be his choice. Shall I summon him? The castle's voice echoed through the room, startling everyone except Harry. Please. A moment later, there was a crack of displaced air, and Dobby appeared in the center of the office. His enormous eyes went immediately to Harry, and his face split into a beaming smile. Harry Potter, sir. The Great Castle is telling Dobby that Harry Potter is needing him. Hello, Dobby. Harry couldn't help but smile back. I need to ask you something, but I want to be clear, you don't have to say yes. This is a request, not an order. Dobby's ears perked up, practically quivering with eagerness. Dobby is always wanting to help Harry Potter, sir. What is Harry Potter needing? Harry explained the situation as simply as he could, the covenant, the mirror, the need for intelligence. He watched Dobby's expression shift from enthusiasm to something more complicated as the elf understood what was being asked. Dobby is knowing Malfoy Manor very well, the elf said slowly. Dobby is serving there for many years, before Harry Potter is freeing him. Dobby is knowing all the secret places, all the hidden things. You don't have to do this, Harry repeated. If it's too dangerous, if you're not comfortable, Dobby is not afraid. The elf's voice was firm, his small chin lifting. Dobby is being afraid for many years, afraid of bad masters, afraid of punishment, afraid of everything. But Harry Potter is teaching Dobby that fear is not having to control you. He stepped forward, his enormous eyes meeting Harry's with surprising intensity. Dobby will go to Malfoy Manor. Dobby will find the mirror. And Dobby will bring back what Harry Potter is needing. Thank you, Dobby. But please, be careful. Your safety matters more than any information. The elf's eyes filled with tears. Harry Potter is too good, he sniffled. Too kind. Dobby will not be letting Harry Potter down. With another crack, he vanished. Well, Draco said after a moment. That's either the best idea we've had or the worst. Hard to say which. Dobby's cleverer than people give him credit for. Harry turned his attention back to the others. In the meantime, we need to focus on the school. The Covenant has agents here, we need to figure out who they are before they can act against us. How do we do that? Ron asked. We can't exactly interrogate everyone with Veritaserum. No. But we can watch. Listen. Pay attention to who seems too interested in my movements, who asks questions they shouldn't know to ask. Harry looked at Hermione. You know this castle better than almost anyone. The library, the secret passages, the places students go when they don't want to be found. Can you put together a network? Other students we trust, who can keep their eyes and ears open. Hermione's expression shifted from surprise to thoughtful. A student intelligence network. That's, actually not a bad idea. The DA from last year, we never had a DA last year. We should have. Dumbledore's army, we would have called it, a secret group to practice defense against the dark arts. She was already making notes. We can still use the concept. Recruit students we trust, train them to watch for suspicious activity. It gives us eyes everywhere without seeming like we're imposing surveillance. Do it. But be careful who you approach. If the Covenant has students in their pocket. I understand. Harry turned to Draco. And you need to lie low for a while. Your father's going to be looking for ways to retaliate. Stay in the castle, stay visible, don't give them any opportunity to catch you alone. I'm not a coward, Potter. No one said you were. But you're also no good to me dead. We need your knowledge of the Covenant, your connections among the Slytherins. You can't provide that if you get yourself killed doing something heroic and stupid. Draco looked like he wanted to argue, but after a moment, he nodded tersely. Fine. I'll be the world's most visible hermit. But this doesn't make us friends. I'm not asking for friends. I'm asking for allies. Then you have one. For now. The meeting broke up, each of them heading off to their assigned tasks. Harry remained in his office, staring out the great window at the grounds below. Students moved across the grass in small groups, enjoying the autumn afternoon, oblivious to the machinations surrounding them. You worry for them, the castle observed. Always. They don't know what's coming. Most of them think Voldemort is just a story, and the Ministry is doing everything it can to keep it that way. You could tell them. Call an assembly, reveal what you know. And cause a panic? No. They need to feel safe, at least until we're ready to protect them from what's out there. Harry pressed his palm against the cold glass. Is that wrong? Keeping secrets to protect people? It is the choice Aldrich made. At first. The comparison hit Harry like a physical blow. He pulled his hand back from the window, suddenly cold. I'm not him. I won't become him. You are more like him than you want to believe. Not in your darkness, but in your light. He also cared too much, worried too deeply, took too much responsibility onto his own shoulders. The corruption came not from evil but from exhaustion. From carrying burdens alone until the weight drove him mad. What am I supposed to do? Share the burden with people who can't possibly understand it? Yes. Exactly that. Let others carry what they can, even when you believe you could carry it better. Trust them to rise to the occasion, and forgive them when they fall short. Harry thought about Dumbledore, brilliant, powerful, so certain of his own judgment that he'd spent decades manipulating events from the shadows. He thought about Aldrich, watching his friends turn against him, his certainty hardening into paranoia until he couldn't tell ally from enemy. I'll try, he said finally. But I need you to help me. When I start to slide, when I start making the same mistakes, tell me. Stop me if you have to. That is why I exist, the castle replied. To lift up kings who falter. To strike down kings who fall. You are not alone in this, Harry Potter. You never will be. It was small comfort. But it was something. The afternoon faded into evening, and Harry forced himself to attend dinner in the Great Hall. The students were getting used to him now, still staring, still whispering, but no longer fleeing in terror when he approached. Progress. He sat at the head table, in the chair that had been Dumbledore's, eating food that tasted like ash in his mouth. McGonagall sat beside him, keeping up a stream of casual conversation that Harry suspected was designed to make him seem approachable. The third-year Ravenclaws have been particularly challenging this week, she said, buttering a roll with precise movements. Miss Chong in particular seems determined to test every boundary I establish. Cho Chong. Her younger cousin, actually. Equally brilliant, equally stubborn. McGonagall's lips twitched. I found that a firm hand combined with genuine interest in their capabilities usually brings such students around. They want to be challenged, to feel their intelligence is valued. Harry nodded, only half listening. His attention had been caught by a figure at the far end of the Slytherin table, a first-year boy, sitting alone, picking at his food with obvious misery. Who is that? McGonagall followed his gaze. Theodore Nott Jr. His father is, well, you can imagine. A Death Eater's son. Harry watched the boy hunch his shoulders, clearly aware of the space the other Slytherins were maintaining around him. He's being shunned. It happens. McGonagall's voice was carefully neutral. Children can be cruel, particularly when politics are involved. He's 11 years old. He didn't choose his father. No. But in Slytherin House, family associations matter greatly. With his father's allegiances public knowledge, Harry made a decision. He stood, drawing every eye in the hall, and walked down from the head table. The whispers started immediately, but he ignored them, making his way between the long tables until he reached the lonely first year at the end of Slytherin. Mind if I sit? Harry asked. Theodore Nott looked up, his face cycling through terror, confusion, and finally blank incomprehension. Your Majesty. Just Harry, for now. He slid onto the bench across from the boy. You look like you could use some company. You can't, Theodore glanced frantically at the other Slytherins, who were watching with expressions ranging from shock to outrage. My father isn't here. And even if he were, you're not him. Harry helped himself to a roll from the basket in front of them. How are you finding Hogwarts so far? Besides the obvious, I mean. For a long moment, Theodore just stared at him. Then, slowly, something in the boy's expression shifted, the rigid terror giving way to something more tentative. Hopeful. The castle is beautiful, he said quietly. The way the staircases move, and the ghosts, and everything. Father's house is old, but it's not like this. It doesn't feel alive the way this place does. It is alive, in a way. The castle has a kind of consciousness. It watches over the students. All of them. Even. Theodore trailed off, but his meaning was clear. Even Slytherins. Even Death Eater's children. All of them. The castle doesn't care about your family or your bloodline or what people say about you. It cares that you're here to learn, and it will protect you while you do. Theodore's eyes were very bright. He ducked his head, hiding whatever emotion had surfaced. Thank you, he whispered. You don't need to thank me. Just, don't let anyone make you feel like you don't belong here. You're a student of Hogwarts. That means something. Harry stood, aware that the entire hall was still watching. He looked around, meeting the eyes of students from every house, letting them see him clearly. That goes for all of you, he said, raising his voice to Carrie. I don't care what your last name is, who your parents are, or what house you've been sorted into. While you're here, you're under my protection. All of you. He walked back to the head table and resumed his seat. The whispers had changed tone, still intense, but with something different underneath. Not fear, exactly. Something more complicated. That was well done, McGonagall said quietly. The Knot Boy has been struggling since he arrived. No one has been willing to associate with him. No one should have to be alone. No. They shouldn't. She paused. You know his father will hear about this. Good. Let him wonder what it means. Let all of them wonder. Harry took a bite of his neglected dinner. I'm not playing by their rules anymore. If I'm going to be king, I'm going to be the kind of king who cares about everyone, not just the people who are politically convenient. McGonagall said nothing, but Harry thought he caught the ghost of a smile on her stern features. The meal wound down, students drifting away to their common rooms. Harry remained, watching the great hall empty, feeling the castle's presence wrapped around him like armor. You made a friend today, it observed. Several, perhaps. I hope so. I'm going to need all the friends I can get. Yes. You will. The enemy moves in the darkness, and time grows short. As if in response to the castle's words, Harry felt something shift, a tremor in the magic, a disturbance far below. He stiffened, his hand going automatically to the crown that sat invisible on his head. What was that? The dreaming one stirs. Your presence at the Wizengamot, your public declaration of sovereignty, it reached him even in his prison. He grows stronger. Harry's blood ran cold. How long? Weeks. Perhaps less. The chains that bind him were forged for eternity, but eternity is a long time. They have weakened. And with each day that passes, with each moment you grow into your power. I strengthen him. Yes. The crown connects you. Your magic feeds his hunger, even as his memories teach you. It is the fundamental flaw of sovereign power, it cannot exist in isolation. It requires connection, relationship, the bonds between king and kingdom. So by becoming king, I'm helping him escape. You are helping him wake. Whether he escapes depends on what you do when he finally opens his eyes. Harry sat in the empty great hall, surrounded by the remnants of a meal he could no longer taste, and felt the weight of the future pressing down on him. Somewhere far below, Aldrich. Pendragon dreamed of crowns and kingdoms, of power and betrayal, of a boy who wore his mantle without understanding its cost. And somewhere in that dream, he smiled. The next morning brought news that shattered any illusion of peace Harry might have maintained. Ron burst into his office just after dawn, his face gray with shock. "Harry, you need to see this." He thrust a copy of the Daily Prophet into Harry's hands. The headline screamed across the front page, "Dark Mark over Hogsmeade, 3 dead in Death Eater attack." The accompanying photograph showed the skull and serpent symbol floating above the village's main street, buildings burning in the background. Harry's stomach dropped as he read the article, 3 villagers killed, a dozen injured, the attackers disapparating before Aurors could respond. "It's a message," Harry said quietly. "To me." "What?" "The timing. The location. Right after I declared myself at the Wisengamot, right on Hogwarts' doorstep." Harry crumpled the paper in his fist. "Voldemort's letting me know he's not afraid of my crown. That he can strike whenever he wants. What are we going to do?" Harry looked up at Ron, his best friend, who had stood beside him through everything, who was now looking at him for answers. "For leadership. This is what it means to be king," the castle whispered. "Not power or glory. But responsibility. Choices that will determine who lives and who dies. Get Hermione. Get McGonagall. Get everyone." Harry stood, feeling the crown's weight settle more heavily on his head. "We're not going to sit here and wait for him to attack again. It's time to fight back." The war had begun. The emergency meeting convened in the Great Hall an hour later. Harry had requested the staff, the prefects, and a handful of students he particularly trusted, the core of what would become his inner circle. They gathered around a long table that the castle had provided, their faces grave in the morning light. "You've all seen the prophet," Harry began without preamble. "Voldemort has made his first move. He chose Hogsmeade specifically because it's close to us, because he wants us to know he can reach us anytime he chooses. We should close the village to students," McGonagall said immediately. "Cancel all Hogsmeade weekends until further notice." "No." Harry shook his head. "That's exactly what he wants, to make us afraid, to make us hide behind our walls while he controls everything outside. We won't give him that." "Then what do you propose?" Snape's voice was skeptical. "That we pretend nothing has happened. That we ignore a direct threat to our students. I propose we stop being targets and start being hunters." Harry looked around the table. "The castle's wards extend further than most people know. With my connection to the magic, I can stretch them to cover Hogsmeade itself." Flitwick's eyebrows rose. "That would be an extraordinary feat of magical manipulation. The power required is available. The castle has been hoarding magical energy for centuries, all the surplus magic generated by students learning and growing, stored in reservoirs deep within the foundations. It's been waiting for someone who could actually use it. Even if you could extend the wards," Hermione interjected, "that only provides protection. It doesn't stop Voldemort from attacking elsewhere." "No. But it changes the equation. Right now, he thinks he can strike anywhere, anytime, with impunity. If we can protect Hogsmeade, if we can create a safe zone around Hogwarts, we force him to come to us on our terms." "You want to make him angry," Ron realized. "Provoke him into attacking directly. I want to stop reacting and start acting. Every moment we spend playing defense is a moment he spends building his army. We need to take the initiative." "How?" McGonagall's voice was quiet but intense. "We are a school, Mr. Potter. Not an army. Not yet." Harry met her eyes steadily. "But we can become one." He laid out his plan, extending the wards, training students in combat magic, building alliances with groups outside the ministry's control. It was ambitious. It was dangerous. It was possibly insane. And it was the only chance they had. The meeting lasted hours, arguments flying back and forth, details being hammered out. By the time it ended, they had the skeleton of a strategy, not perfect, but a starting point. The staff dispersed to their various duties, but Harry held back Hermione and Ron. "There's something else," he said once they were alone. "Something I haven't told the others." He described his experience in the Sovereign's library, Helena Ashworth, the Covenant of Ash, Aldrich's memories. Their faces grew progressively paler as he spoke. "So the Covenant is actively trying to kill you," Hermione summarized. "And there's an ancient evil king under the castle who wants to possess you. And we have maybe weeks before everything falls apart. That's about the size of it." "Brilliant." Ron ran a hand through his hair. "Just another normal year at Hogwarts, then. At least it's not boring." "Mate, I would give anything for boring right now." Harry almost laughed. "Almost. The Covenant is the immediate threat," he said. "We know they have agents in the castle, but we don't know who. Until we identify them, we're vulnerable." "I've started recruiting for the student network," Hermione said. "Ginny's helping, she's better than I expected at this kind of thing. We have about 20 people so far, spread across all 4 houses." "Good. Tell them to be careful, but to keep their eyes open. Anyone acting suspicious, anyone asking strange questions, anyone who seems too interested in my movements." "What about Dobby?" Ron asked. "Has he reported back yet?" "Not yet. I'm trying not to worry, but—" As if summoned by the mention of his name, a crack of displaced air announced Dobby's arrival. The elf looked exhausted, his ears drooping, his tea-towel toga rumpled, but triumphant. "Harry Potter, sir." He was bouncing on his toes despite his obvious fatigue. "Dobby is finding the mirror. Dobby is being very sneaky, very clever." "Dobby, that's wonderful." Harry knelt to meet the elf's eyes. "But are you all right? Did anyone see you?" "No one is seeing Dobby. Dobby is using old passages, secret ways from when Dobby is working at the manor." He reached into his toga and withdrew a small object wrapped in cloth. "And Dobby is finding something else. Something hidden in Master Malfoy's desk." Harry took the bundle carefully, unwrapping it to reveal a small leather journal. The cover was plain, unmarked, but Harry could feel magic radiating from it, not dark magic, exactly, but something old and powerful. "What is this?" Dobby is not knowing. But Dobby is feeling the magic in it, feeling that it is important. So Dobby is taking it. Harry opened the journal carefully. The pages were filled with dense handwriting, dates stretching back decades. Names, locations, instructions, all encoded in what looked like a complex cipher. "Hermione." Harry handed her the journal. "Can you make sense of this?" She studied the pages, her brow furrowing. "It's some kind of cipher, but I don't recognize the system. Give me time, I'll crack it. Make it a priority. If this is Covenant communications, it could be the key to identifying their agents." "I understand." Hermione tucked the journal into her bag. "I'll start immediately." "What about the mirror?" Ron asked. "Can we listen in on their conversations?" Dobby shook his head sadly. "The mirror is being too big to take without being noticed. And it is being magically anchored, Dobby cannot be moving it even with elf magic." "That's all right, Dobby. You've done more than enough." Harry placed a hand on the elf's shoulder. "Thank you. Truly." Dobby's eyes filled with tears. "Harry Potter is welcome. Dobby is always helping Harry Potter. Always." With another crack, he vanished, presumably to get some much-needed rest. Harry stood, feeling the weight of everything pressing down on him. The attack on Hogsmeade. The Covenant's machinations. Aldrich's awakening. Voldemort's growing strength. It was too much for one person to handle. "You are not one person," the castle reminded him. "You have friends. Allies. An entire kingdom that believes in you. A kingdom of children and teachers. Against Death Eaters and ancient conspiracies. David faced Goliath with nothing but a sling and a stone. The founders built this castle with nothing but dreams and determination. Great things have never required great resources, only great conviction. Harry wasn't sure he agreed, but he appreciated the sentiment. "All right," he said aloud. "We have work to do. Ron, help McGonagall with the ward extension, she'll need someone to run messages, coordinate the staff. Hermione, work on that journal. I'll be in the chamber." "The chamber?" Ron frowned. "What's in the chamber?" "I don't know yet. But the castle says it's time I found out." He left his friends to their tasks and descended into the depths of Hogwarts, following passages that twisted and turned in ways that defied architecture. The castle guided him, opening doors that had been sealed for centuries, illuminating corridors that had never seen light. Finally, he emerged into a vast cavern, not the Chamber of Secrets, but something even older. The walls were rough-hewn stone, marked with runes that glowed faintly in the darkness. At the center of the space stood a stone archway, its surface covered in intricate carvings that seemed to move when Harry looked at them directly. "The threshold," the castle said. "The boundary between Hogwarts and Aldrich's prison. This is where you will face him, when the time comes." Harry approached the archway slowly. Through it, he could see nothing but darkness, a void so complete it seemed to absorb the light around it. "Is he aware of me? Right now?" "He is always aware of you. As you grow into your power, the connection strengthens. He sees what you see. Feels what you feel. He is learning you, Harry Potter, your strengths, your weaknesses, your fears. Can I do the same? See into him? You can try. But be warned, his mind is not what it once was. 1,000 years of isolation has twisted him. What you find there may not be pleasant." Harry considered for a long moment. Then he stepped forward, pressing his palm against the cold stone of the archway. The world dissolved. He was falling again, but not through the silver light of the memory of kings. This was darker, colder, a descent into something primordial and terrible. Images flashed past, Aldrich's face, young and hopeful, Aldrich's face, old and mad, the great hall burning, students screaming, a figure on a throne made of bones, little king. The voice was everywhere and nowhere, wrapping around Harry's consciousness like chains. So eager to know your enemy. So determined to understand. How very noble. How very stupid. "I'm not afraid of you." Laughter echoed through the void. "Yes, you are. I can taste it. The same fear I felt, at the beginning, the terror that I would fail, that I would betray everything I believed in. It's delicious. But let me show you something, little king. Let me show you what you're really afraid of." The darkness parted, and Harry saw Hermione, dead on the floor of the great hall, her eyes staring at nothing. Ron, twisted and broken, his red hair matted with blood. Ginny, crying over their bodies, screaming Harry's name. And himself, standing above them all, the crown blazing on his head, a smile on his face that wasn't his own. "This is what you become," Aldrich whispered. "This is what the power makes you. Every king believes he will be different. Every king falls. No." Harry wrenched himself away from the vision, fighting against the darkness that tried to hold him. "You're lying. You're trying to manipulate me, I'm showing you the truth. The only truth that matters. You cannot escape what you are, Harry Potter. The crown chose you because you are like me. Strong. Determined. Willing to do whatever it takes to protect what you love. And that willingness will destroy you, as it destroyed me." Harry felt the connection straining, Aldrich's influence clawing at his mind. He pushed back with everything he had, calling on the castle's power, on his own stubborn refusal to surrender. "Impressive," Aldrich acknowledged. "You have more strength than I expected. But strength is not enough. You will face me soon, little king. And when you do, The presence withdrew, leaving Harry gasping on the floor of the cavern. His hands were shaking. His heart was racing. The visions Aldrich had shown him, Hermione, Ron, Ginny, all dead by his hand, that won't happen. His voice echoed in the empty space. I won't let it happen. You cannot prevent it by will alone, the castle said, its voice gentle. Aldrich is strong. Perhaps stronger than you. But you have something he lost, something that might make all the difference. What? People who love you. People who will fight beside you, not just for you. Aldrich ruled alone at the end. He had subjects but no friends, servants but no equals. That isolation was the crack through which corruption entered. You are not alone, Harry. Never forget that. It may be the only thing that saves you. Harry pulled himself to his feet, still trembling. The archway loomed before him, silent and ominous, a doorway to a battle he wasn't ready to fight. But he would be. He would prepare, he would grow stronger, he would do whatever it took to protect the people he loved. And when the time came to face Aldrich, he would not face him alone. He climbed back through the castle's hidden passages, emerging into the familiar corridors of Hogwarts proper. The sun was setting, painting the windows gold and orange, and students were heading to dinner in small groups, their laughter echoing off the ancient stones. Harry watched them for a moment, first years still amazed by magic, upper years worried about exams and relationships and the small dramas of adolescence. They had no idea what was coming. No idea that the foundations beneath their feet contained a sleeping monster, that forces beyond their comprehension were maneuvering for control of their future. This is what you fight for, the castle reminded him. Not power or glory. But the right of children to be children, to learn and grow without fear. Remember that, when the darkness seems overwhelming. I will, Harry promised. He made his way to the great hall, joining his friends at the Gryffindor table. Hermione was already deep in conversation with Ron about the coded journal, her dinner untouched. Ginny sat nearby, listening with an intensity that suggested she was more than just casually interested. Any progress? Harry asked, sliding onto the bench beside them. Some. Hermione pushed a piece of parchment toward him. The cipher is based on runic substitution, but with a rotating key that changes in English, Hermione. I can read about half of it. The journal belongs to someone senior in the Covenant, probably a cell leader. There are references to operations going back decades, including several at Hogwarts. Names? Coded. But I found one that keeps coming up, someone referred to only as the Watcher. They're described as having eyes in every hall, and ears in every chamber. That sounds like someone with significant access to the school, Ginny said. A teacher, maybe? Or a ghost. Could be. Hermione frowned. But there's something else. The journal mentions the awakening several times, always in the context of something to be prevented at all costs. And there's a date. Harry's blood ran cold. What date? October 31st. Halloween. Halloween. Less than a month away. That's when Aldrich breaks free, Harry said quietly. They know when it's going to happen. Which means they're planning something, Ron concluded. Something big, to happen before then. To kill me. Harry said it flatly, without drama. They want to eliminate me before I can face Aldrich. Without a sovereign to stop him, he'll be easier to contain, or destroy. Or they want to use you somehow, Hermione suggested. Your connection to Aldrich, if they could control that, manipulate it. Force me to absorb him or destroy him on their terms. Harry nodded slowly. It makes sense. They don't just want me dead, they want to use me to end the threat permanently. So what do we do? Harry looked around the great hall, at the students eating and laughing and living their lives, at the staff watching over them, at the castle that had chosen him to be its king. We find the Watcher, he said. Before they find me. The hunt was on. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The Throne Below. October arrived with a vengeance, bringing storms that lashed the castle walls and a creeping cold that seeped into the very stones. Harry felt it more keenly than most. The castle's discomfort was his discomfort, its unease his unease. Something was building beneath Hogwarts, pressure accumulating like water behind a dam, and every day brought them closer to the breaking point. 3 weeks until Halloween. 3 weeks until Aldrich's chains finally shattered. Harry stood at the window of his office, watching rain streak down the glass in silver rivers. Behind him, the War Council had assembled, McGonagall, Flitwick, Snape, and the core members of his student network. Hermione had the decoded journal open on the table, its secrets finally laid bare after days of painstaking work. The Watcher, Hermione said, her voice tight with tension, is referenced in connection with 17 separate incidents over the past 40 years. Suspicious deaths. Disappeared students. Unexplained accidents that always seemed to benefit the Covenant's interests. 40 years. McGonagall's face was pale. That's longer than most of the current staff have been here. Which narrows our suspects considerably. Harry turned from the window. Who has been at Hogwarts for more than 40 years? Myself, obviously. Hagrid. Madame Pomfrey. McGonagall hesitated. And the ghosts, though their tenure is considerably longer. The ghosts can't be ruled out, Hermione said. Helena Ashworth is a ghost, and she admitted to serving the Covenant. There could be others. What about the portraits? Ron asked. Some of them have been here since the Founder's time. Portraits are limited in what they can do. They can observe and report, but they can't take physical action. Flitwick's high voice was troubled. Though I suppose observation alone could be valuable enough. Harry considered the options. The Watcher could be anyone, teacher, ghost, portrait, even a house elf. The Covenant had had centuries to embed their agents in Hogwarts' very fabric. We need to force their hand, he said finally. Make them act before they're ready. How? Snape's voice dripped skepticism. By announcing your vulnerability? Painting a target on your back? Something like that. Harry met the potions. Master's eyes. I'm going to enter the chamber. The real one, the threshold, where Aldrich is bound. And I'm going to let word of that spread through the castle. Silence. Then McGonagall spoke, her voice carefully controlled. You want to use yourself as bait. I want to force the Watcher to reveal themselves. If they think I'm about to face Aldrich unprepared, they'll have to act. Either to stop me or to try to control the situation. And if they succeed in killing you? Then Aldrich dies with me. The crown's connection goes both ways. If I fall, the magical feedback will destroy him. Harry smiled grimly. It's not my preferred outcome, but it's better than letting him break free. There has to be another way, Hermione protested. You can't just sacrifice yourself. I'm not planning to sacrifice myself. I'm planning to survive. But I need to know who the Watcher is before I face Aldrich, or they'll strike at the worst possible moment. Harry looked around the room. We have 3 weeks. That's enough time to prepare, to set traps, to turn this to our advantage. But I need all of you with me. One by one, they nodded, reluctantly, fearfully, but with conviction. Even Snape inclined his head in something that might have been respect. Then we proceed, McGonagall said. May Merlin help us all. The plan was set in motion within hours. Harry made no secret of his intentions, speaking openly about his need to prepare for what lies below, and face the source of his power. The castle helped, ensuring that whispered conversations traveled further than they should, that meaningful glances were observed by the right eyes. Meanwhile, Hermione and her network watched. Every unusual reaction, every suspicious absence, every unexplained message, all of it was catalogued and analyzed. The first break came 3 days into the operation. Professor Sinistra, Ginny reported, slipping into the common room where Harry was pretending to study. She left the castle last night, just after midnight. Used the astronomy tower, claimed she was doing observations, but the sky was completely overcast. Could be innocent. Could be. But she also received an owl this morning with no return address. Burned the letter immediately after reading. Harry filed the information away. Sinistra had been at Hogwarts for over 30 years, she fit the timeline. But so did several others, and suspicion wasn't proof. The second break came a week later, and it was far more significant. Ron burst into Harry's office, his face flushed with excitement and something that looked like fear. "Dobby found something," he gasped. "At the manor, he's been going back, watching the mirrors like you asked." And he saw, slow down. What did he see? Lucius Malfoy talking to someone. Another wizard, but his face was hidden. "They mentioned you by name, Harry. Said, the boy must not reach the threshold, and something about, the Watcher confirming preparations." Harry's heart rate spiked. They used those words. The Watcher. Exactly those words. And there's more. Ron took a breath. They mentioned a contingency. Something called, the Severance. They said if you couldn't be stopped before you face Aldrich, they have a way to cut the connection. Force you to absorb him whether you want to or not. The Severance. Harry felt cold despite the fire crackling in the hearth. Did they say how? What the Severance actually is? No. But they said it was already in place. Has been for years, waiting to be activated. Something already in place. Something at Hogwarts, hidden, waiting. Harry's mind raced through possibilities, an enchanted object, a sleeping spell, a trap woven into the castle's own foundations. "Get Hermione," he said. "We need to search the castle. Every inch of it." The search took days. Students and staff combed through corridors and classrooms, secret passages and forgotten chambers. The castle helped where it could, opening doors that had been sealed for centuries, illuminating spaces that had never seen light. But even with its assistance, Hogwarts was vast, 1,000 years of construction and reconstruction, of hidden rooms and lost hallways. It was Neville who finally found it. He came stumbling into the great hall during dinner, covered in dust and cobwebs, clutching something wrapped in rotting velvet. "The room of requirement," he gasped. "In the room where things are hidden, there's a section that doesn't feel right. Like the magic is, wrong, somehow." Harry was on his feet immediately, Ron and Hermione following close behind. They ran through the castle, up staircases and along corridors, until they reached the 7th floor and the blank stretch of wall where the room of hidden things waited. The room materialized as Neville had described, a vast space filled with mountains of discarded objects, everything from broken furniture to medieval weaponry. Harry could feel what Neville had felt, a subtle wrongness in the magic, a discordant note in the castle's usual harmony. "This way." Harry let the crown guide him, weaving between towers of junk until he reached a small clearing near the center of the room. And there, sitting on a pedestal of black stone that had no business being in a school, was the source of the wrongness. A crown. Not his crown, this one was darker, older, made of tarnished silver and set with a single black gemstone. It radiated malevolence, a cold hunger that seemed to pull at the edges of Harry's consciousness. "Ravenclaw's diadem," Hermione breathed. "I've read about it, it was lost centuries ago. How is it here?" Harry approached carefully, the castle's magic swirling around him protectively. The closer he got, the stronger the wrongness became, and with it, a terrible recognition. "It's a Horcrux," he said. "Voldemort's. And it's connected to," he gasped as understanding hit him like a physical blow. "This is the Severance. Voldemort's soul piece, linked to me through my scar. If I absorb Aldrich, if I take in that much foreign power, the Horcrux would activate," Hermione finished, her face ashen. "It would try to possess you. Your body would become a battleground between three souls, yours, Aldrich's, and Voldemort's. Which would destroy you, Ron said quietly. Leave you a broken shell, or worse. Harry stared at the diadem. The Covenant's contingency, and they didn't even know what they'd found. They thought the Severance was their own creation, their failsafe against a king they couldn't control. They had no idea that Voldemort had placed a piece of his soul in Hogwarts, waiting for exactly this moment. I have to destroy it, Harry said. How? Horcruxes are almost impossible to destroy, Fiendfire. Snape's voice came from behind them. Harry spun to find the potion's master standing at the edge of the clearing, his wand drawn but not raised. It's one of the only forces that can destroy a soul fragment. Though it's also one of the most dangerous. You followed us. I've been following you since you left the Great Hall. Snape's lip curled. You have a talent for finding trouble, Potter. I thought it wise to ensure you didn't find more than you could handle. And you can cast Fiendfire? I can. The question is whether I should. Snape's dark eyes bored into Harry's. Destroying the Horcrux solves one problem but creates others. If the Dark Lord discovers what we've done, he'll come for us. I know. Harry's jaw tightened. He's coming anyway. At least this way, he won't be able to use me as a weapon. Snape studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Step back. All of you. This will not be pleasant. They retreated to the edge of the clearing, watching as Snape raised his wand and began to speak in a language that seemed to predate words themselves. The air grew hot, then hotter, and flames began to pour from his wand, not ordinary flames, but something alive, hungry, terrible. They took the shape of fire serpents, of burning phoenixes, of creatures that existed only in nightmares. The Fiendfire crashed against the diadem, and the Horcrux screamed. It was a sound Harry would never forget, a shriek of pure agony that seemed to tear at the fabric of reality itself. The flames consumed the ancient crown, melting silver and shattering gemstone, and somewhere far away, Harry felt his scar explode with pain. He collapsed to his knees, clutching his forehead, as Voldemort's rage poured through their connection. Fury, disbelief, fear, the Dark Lord had felt his Horcrux die, had felt a piece of his soul torn away. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, the pain faded. Harry looked up to find the clearing empty except for a small pile of ash where the diadem had been. The Fiendfire was gone, contained by Snape's iron will, leaving only a residual heat in the air. It's done, Snape said, lowering his wand. His face was drawn with exhaustion. The Severance is broken. Harry pushed himself to his feet, his legs shaking. Thank you, Professor. Don't thank me yet. Snape's voice was sharp. The Dark Lord knows something has happened. He will investigate. And when he discovers what we've done, then we'd better be ready for him. Harry left the room of requirement with a new clarity of purpose. One threat was eliminated, but others remained, the Watcher still hidden, Aldrich still waking, the Covenant still planning. And now Voldemort would be coming, drawn by the destruction of his Horcrux, seeking revenge for the violation of his soul. The chess board was set. The pieces were moving. And Halloween was only 2 weeks away. The days blurred together after that, a frantic rush of preparation and planning. Harry trained in the chamber beneath the castle, learning to harness the sovereign's power in ways that felt increasingly natural. The crown fed him knowledge, combat techniques from 100 wars, magical theory that predated Hogwarts itself, strategies for battles that had shaped the course of history. Hermione drilled him on magical law and political maneuvering, preparing him for the confrontations that would follow Aldrich's defeat. Ron ran interference with the other students, keeping them calm and focused while tensions mounted throughout the school. And every night, Harry dreamed of Aldrich. You're growing stronger, the ancient king whispered in those dreams. I can feel it. The power responds to you more readily now. You're learning what it means to be a sovereign. I'm learning what it means to be your enemy. We don't have to be enemies, little king. We want the same things, to protect Hogwarts, to keep magical Britain safe. We differ only in methods. Your methods killed people. Your methods corrupted everything you touched. Because I was alone. The words came with a blast of emotion, pain, regret, desperate loneliness. Because the people I trusted turned against me, and I had no one to remind me what I was supposed to be fighting for. But you have friends, allies, people who would die for you. You could be different. I am different. Then prove it. When the time comes, when you stand before me in the threshold, prove that the crown can be worn without becoming a tyrant. Prove that 1,000 years of history can be wrong. And then Harry would wake, sweating in the darkness, the crown's weight heavy on his head. 1 week before Halloween, the Watcher made their move. Harry was crossing the courtyard between classes when he felt it, a subtle shift in the castle's magic, a wrongness that reminded him of the Horcrux. He spun, wand raised, but there was nothing there. Just students hurrying between buildings, professors going about their daily routines. Then he saw it. A house elf, standing in the shadow of the clock tower, watching him with eyes that held no trace of the servile devotion Harry was used to seeing in elves. This one's gaze was cold, calculating, utterly without fear. Harry moved before he could second-guess himself, striding toward the elf with purpose. But the moment he took his first step, the creature vanished, not with the usual crack of elf magic, but silently, like a shadow dissolving in sunlight. "Castle," Harry murmured. "Did you see that?" "Yes." The elf was masked somehow. I could not read its thoughts, could not feel its presence until you noticed it. That should not be possible. The Watcher? Perhaps. Or one of the Watcher's agents. Either way, our enemy has capabilities we did not anticipate. Harry scanned the courtyard, but the elf was gone without a trace. He'd been watched, evaluated, and found, what? Worthy of action. Vulnerable to attack. He didn't have to wait long to find out. That night, as Harry descended into the castle's depths for his evening training session, the attack came. They emerged from the shadows without warning, not Death Eaters, not Covenant agents, but house elves. Dozens of them, moving with a coordination that spoke of careful planning. Their eyes held the same cold emptiness Harry had seen in the courtyard, and their hands crackled with elf magic that had been twisted into something dark and powerful. "Harry Potter," one of them said, its voice carrying an echo that didn't belong to it. "The voice sends greetings. And regrets that you must die." Harry's wand was in his hand before the elf finished speaking, but he hesitated. These were house elves, enslaved creatures, not willing warriors. Could he truly fight them, potentially kill them, when they might not even be acting of their own will? The decision was made for him when the first wave of magic hit him like a hammer. He threw up a shield, barely in time, and the corridor erupted into chaos. Elves operated around him in a dizzying storm of motion, their attacks coming from every direction. Harry fought back with stunners and binding spells, trying to incapacitate without killing, but there were too many of them. For every elf he brought down, 2 more appeared. The castle's magic roared through him, amplifying his power, but even that wasn't enough. He was being driven back, pushed deeper into the dungeons, away from help. Then a voice cut through the chaos, clear, commanding, utterly unexpected. "That is quite enough." The elves froze. Harry spun, his wand still raised, and found himself facing a figure he'd never expected to see in Hogwarts again. Albus Dumbledore stood at the end of the corridor, his robes singed and his face drawn with exhaustion, but his eyes still holding that familiar twinkle. "Harry," he said quietly. "I believe we need to talk." They faced each other in the silence of the aftermath, surrounded by stunned house elves and the echoes of battle. Harry kept his wand raised, unwilling to trust easily. "How are you here?" "The castle exiled you." "The castle exiled me from occupying a position of authority. It did not forbid me from entering when there was genuine need." Dumbledore stepped carefully over an unconscious elf. I have been watching. From a distance, Harry. Waiting for the right moment to intervene. And now is the right moment. Now is the moment when you need to know the truth. Dumbledore's expression was grave. The whole truth, about Aldrich, about the Covenant, about everything I tried to protect you from. You tried to manipulate me. To control me. Yes. I did. No attempt at justification, no excuse. Just simple acknowledgement. I have spent my entire life trying to manage threats I believed were too great for others to bear. Aldrich. Voldemort. The forces that move beneath the surface of our world. I thought that by keeping you ignorant, I was keeping you safe. You were wrong. I was catastrophically wrong. And people have died because of it. Dumbledore's voice cracked slightly. Cedric Diggory died because I didn't prepare you. Your parents died because I thought I could control events that were never mine to control. Every mistake I've made has stemmed from the same fatal arrogance, the belief that I knew better than everyone else. Harry lowered his wand slowly. The old man before him looked nothing like the grand wizard who had manipulated events from the shadows for decades. He looked tired. Broken. Human. Why are you telling me this now? Because you're about to face Aldrich. And if you go into that confrontation believing the same lies I've spent a century telling myself, you'll fall exactly as he did. Dumbledore took a breath. Aldrich wasn't corrupted by power, Harry. He was corrupted by isolation. By the belief that he had to carry every burden alone, make every decision himself, protect everyone from truths they weren't ready to hear. That sounds familiar. Yes. It should. Dumbledore's smile was sad. I recognized myself in Aldrich the moment I learned of his history. That's why I feared the crown so much, not because I thought it was inherently corrupting, but because I saw how easily one could follow the same path he did. How easily I had already followed it. Harry absorbed this. All the years of secrets, of manipulation, of being treated as a piece on someone else's chessboard, it suddenly made a terrible kind of sense. Dumbledore hadn't been a villain. He'd been a warning. What do I do? Harry asked quietly. When I face Aldrich, how do I avoid becoming what he became? By doing what neither of us could do. By trusting others with the truth, even when it's painful. By accepting that you cannot protect everyone from everything. By remembering that the point of power is to serve, not to control. And if that's not enough, then your friends will save you. Dumbledore's eyes softened. That's what I never had, Harry. Not truly. I had allies, followers, people who believed in my cause. But I never let anyone close enough to tell me when I was wrong. You have Ron, Hermione, young Miss Weasley, even Mr. Malfoy. They will be your conscience when you lose sight of your own. A noise from down the corridor interrupted them, running footsteps, and then Ron and Hermione burst around the corner, wands drawn and faces frantic. Harry. Hermione gasped. We heard fighting, are you? She stopped dead when she saw Dumbledore. Professor. Ron's voice was strangled. What, how, explanations later, Harry said. Right now, we need to secure these elves before they wake up. They were controlled somehow, the Covenant must have found a way to override their bonds. The Imperius Curse, adapted for house elf magic, Dumbledore said grimly. A technique I thought had been lost centuries ago. The Covenant's reach extends further than I feared. They work together, binding the elves with magical restraints and placing them under sleeping spells. When the last one was secured, Harry turned back to Dumbledore. You said you've been watching from a distance. Does that mean you know who the Watcher is? I have a suspicion. Dumbledore's expression was troubled. But I must warn you, the truth is closer to home than you might expect. Tell me. Dumbledore hesitated, then spoke a name that made Harry's blood run cold. Severus. The Watcher is Severus Snape. The accusation hung in the air like a curse. Harry felt the ground shift beneath his feet, everything he thought he knew suddenly uncertain. That's impossible. Snape helped us destroy the Horcrux. He's been working with us, has he? Dumbledore's voice was gentle. Or has he been positioning himself for maximum impact? Severus has always played both sides, Harry. It's his greatest strength and his greatest weakness. You trusted him. I trusted him to serve his own interests. And for many years, those interests aligned with mine. But the Covenant offers something I never could, certainty. A clear path forward, free of the moral ambiguity that has always plagued Severus. Harry thought about Snape's behavior over the past weeks, the unexpected assistance, the information that always seemed to arrive at exactly the right moment, the perfect timing of his appearance at the Room of Requirement. He's been steering us, Harry realized. Every step of the way. The Horcrux, the training, even the attack tonight, all of it designed to push us toward a specific outcome. The Covenant's outcome. Yes. Dumbledore nodded. They want you to face Aldrich on their terms, with their contingencies in place. Severus has been their instrument from the beginning. Then why destroy the Horcrux? That was their severance, their failsafe. Was it? Dumbledore's eyes were sharp. Or was that what they wanted you to believe? The severance could be anything, Harry. An enchantment woven into the castle's foundations. A spell waiting to be activated. Even a person, positioned close to you, ready to strike at the crucial moment. Snape. Working with them all this time, helping them prepare, all while planning their destruction. I'll kill him, Harry said, and was surprised by how calm his voice sounded. You won't. Because you're not a killer, Harry, whatever Aldrich's memories might suggest. And because we need Severus alive if we're going to understand the full scope of the Covenant's plans. So what do? We adjust. We plan. And when the time comes, we use Severus's betrayal against him. Dumbledore placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, the first time he'd touched him since the exile. You are not alone in this, Harry. Whatever happens in the days ahead, remember that. You are never alone. Harry looked at his friends, Ron's stubborn loyalty, Hermione's fierce intelligence, and felt something loosen in his chest. They were here. They would stand with him, no matter what came. All right, he said. Let's end this. The next 5 days were a masterclass in deception. Harry continued his training sessions with apparent obliviousness, letting Snape observe and report. But now every session served a double purpose, preparation for Aldrich, yes, but also a carefully constructed performance designed to mislead the Covenant about his true capabilities. He held back his strongest spells. He feigned exhaustion earlier than necessary. He let slip comments suggesting uncertainty and fear about the coming confrontation. And all the while, Hermione and her network worked to identify the full extent of the Covenant's presence in Hogwarts. The scale of the conspiracy was staggering. In addition to Snape, they found evidence of influence among the house elves, the portraits, even some of the ghosts. The Covenant had spent centuries embedding themselves in the castle's infrastructure, creating a surveillance network that missed nothing. How do we fight this? Ron asked, during one of their late-night strategy sessions in a room the castle had hidden from all observers. They're everywhere. They know everything we do. Not everything. Dumbledore's voice came from the corner, where he'd been sitting in silence. There are still blind spots. Spaces the Covenant has never managed to penetrate. Like where? The Chamber of Secrets, 4-1. Tom Riddle's protection scheme inadvertently created a barrier against Covenant magic. And the Room of Requirement, which exists partially outside normal space. And the Threshold, Harry added. The place where Aldrich is bound. The Founders built it to be impenetrable, even to their own agents. Precisely. Dumbledore leaned forward. When you face Aldrich, Harry, you will be beyond the Covenant's reach. Whatever contingencies they've prepared, they cannot touch you within that space. But they can touch me before I get there. Or after. Which is why we must ensure you enter the threshold under controlled conditions. With your allies positioned to protect your return. The plan came together piece by piece. A diversion to draw Snape away at the critical moment. Backup positions for Ron, Hermione, and the others. Contingencies for every scenario they could imagine. And underneath it all, the terrible uncertainty of what Harry would face when he finally stood before Aldrich. Halloween dawned grey and cold, frost rime the castle windows and mist rising from the lake. Students woke to find Hogwarts transformed, decorations everywhere, jack-o'-lanterns floating in the great hall, the promise of the evening's feast filling the air with anticipation. None of them knew that before the feast concluded, the fate of their school would be decided. Harry spent the morning in his office, reviewing the plan one final time. Hermione had prepared a tactical overview, Ron had coordinated the positioning of their allies. Even Draco had contributed, providing intelligence on Covenant procedures that might give them an edge. At noon, Dumbledore arrived for a final briefing. The threshold will open at sunset, he said. The moment when the barriers between worlds are thinnest. You must enter before Aldrich breaks free on his own terms. And if I can't defeat him? Then we fall back to containment. The Founder's backup measures, not as elegant as true victory, but enough to buy another few centuries. Dumbledore's expression was grave. But I believe in you, Harry. You have something Aldrich never had. What's that? Hope. Real hope, not the desperate clinging of a man watching his dreams turn to ash. You believe in a better future, not just for yourself, but for everyone. That belief is your strongest weapon. Harry wished he shared the old wizard's confidence. The afternoon passed in a blur of final preparations. As sunset approached, Harry made his way through the castle toward the entrance to the deep chambers, his friends falling in around him like an honor guard. They stopped at the entrance to the dungeons, the point beyond which none of them could follow. "I'll be back," Harry said, and wished he was certain it was true. "You'd better be." Ron's voice was rough. "I've got 10 galleons riding on you surviving this." "Only 10. It's been a rough month." Hermione hugged him fiercely, not speaking, her silence saying more than words could. Ginny stepped forward last, her eyes bright with unshed tears. "Come back to us," she said quietly. "That's not a request. I'll do my best." He turned and walked into the darkness, the castle's light fading behind him as he descended into the depths where Aldrich waited. The threshold looked different in the dying light of Halloween. The stone archway seemed to pulse with energy, the runes on its surface blazing with power barely contained. Beyond it, the void was no longer completely dark. Harry could see shapes moving in the blackness, shadows that might have been memories or might have been something worse. "It is time," the castle said. "The chains have failed. Aldrich wakes." Harry stepped forward, the crown flaring to life on his head, and spoke the words the Founders had left for this moment. "By the power of the crown that was given and the duty that was accepted, I enter the threshold. Let the reckoning begin." The archway blazed with light, and Harry stepped through into another world. The prison of Aldrich Pendragon was nothing like Harry had expected. Instead of a dungeon or a cage, he found himself in a perfect replica of Hogwarts, the great hall, the towers, the grounds, all of it rendered in shades of grey. It was silent, empty, frozen in a moment that had never existed. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Harry turned. Aldrich stood behind him, wearing the same crown that sat on Harry's head, his face a mirror of wisdom turned to madness, ambition turned to hunger. But there was something else there, too. Something Harry hadn't expected. Sorrow. "I built this place," Aldrich continued, gesturing at the grey Hogwarts around them. "In my mind, during the endless years of captivity. A perfect version of the school I loved, frozen in the moment before everything went wrong. Before you became a monster. Before I was betrayed. Aldrich's voice was soft but carried an edge of steel. Before the people I trusted decided I was too dangerous to live. Do you know what it's like, Harry? To give everything you have to protect others, only to watch them turn against you. I know what it's like to be hunted. To be feared. To be called a liar and a lunatic by people who should have known better. Yes. You do. Aldrich stepped closer, his eyes searching Harry's face. We're not so different, you and I. Both chosen by forces beyond our control. Both burdened with power we never wanted. Both fighting a war that seems impossible to win. The difference is that I haven't murdered anyone. Not yet. Aldrich's smile was sad. But you will. If you stay on this path, if you keep the crown, eventually you'll face a choice between your principles and the lives of those you love. And when that moment comes, you'll choose the same way I did. You don't know that. I know it because I know you. Your memories, your fears, your deepest convictions, all of it flows through the crown, and I have had 1,000 years to study it. Aldrich spread his hands. You want to protect everyone. You want to build a better world. You want to be a good king. I wanted all those things too. Harry felt the truth of the words like a knife in his chest. Everything Aldrich said, everything he'd feared about himself, it was all reflected in the ancient king's tragic eyes. Then help me, Harry said. If you understand, if you know what I'm facing, help me avoid your mistakes. I can't. Aldrich's voice broke. The power is too much, Harry. It seeps into everything, corrupts everything. Even now, standing here, I can feel it pulling at me. The hunger to consume you, to take your body and walk free. I've been fighting it for 1,000 years, and I'm losing. Then stop fighting. Aldrich stared at him. What? Stop fighting the power. Stop trying to control it. Harry stepped forward, meeting the ancient king's eyes. You've been struggling against yourself for a millennium. What if that's the problem? What if the corruption isn't the power itself, but the constant battle against your own nature? You don't understand. The power wants to consume everything, maybe it does. But you don't have to let it define you. You can choose what to do with it, instead of just reacting to what it does to you. Harry's voice grew stronger. Aldrich, you were a good king once. You cared about the students, the school, everything the crown was meant to protect. That person is still in there, somewhere. Let him out. It's too late for me. It's never too late. Harry reached out and placed his hand on Aldrich's shoulder. The ancient king flinched, but didn't pull away. You can still choose. Not to possess me or destroy me, but to be what you were meant to be. A protector. A guardian. A king. Aldrich's eyes filled with tears. You would trust me? After everything I've done? After the visions I showed you, the fears I fed? I trust the person you were. And I trust that he's still in there, fighting. Harry smiled. Besides, I have good friends who'll kill you if you betray me. Very motivated friends. A laugh escaped Aldrich, rusty, surprised, genuine. It transformed his face, making him look, for a moment, like the young king he'd been 1,000 years ago. You're either very brave or very foolish. I've been told it's a fine line. They stood together in the grey Hogwarts, two kings separated by a millennium, connected by a crown that had seen too much sorrow. I can't join your world, Aldrich said finally. The prison has become part of me. If I leave, I'll unravel. Then don't leave. Stay here, but as an ally instead of an enemy. Help me when I need guidance. Warn me if I start down the path you walked. Be your conscience. Be my advisor. My mentor. The person who understands this power better than anyone else in the world. Aldrich considered for a long moment. The grey world around them seemed to hold its breath. The Covenant will not accept this, he said. They want me destroyed, not reformed. The Covenant doesn't get a vote. And your friends? The old man who manipulated you? The spy who betrayed you? They'll all have opinions about keeping me alive. They'll learn to live with it. Because I'm the king, and this is my decision. Another laugh, this one longer and more genuine. You really are different. I spent my whole reign trying to please everyone, to build consensus, to avoid conflict. And look where it got me. I don't want to please everyone. I just want to do what's right. Sometimes those are the same thing. Sometimes they're not. Aldrich extended his hand. Very well, little king. I accept your offer. I will be your advisor, your mentor, your cautionary tale. And when you start to fall, because you will, everyone does, I will catch you. Harry took his hand. The moment their palms touched, the grey world blazed with color, the same silver-gold light that had accompanied Harry's crowning, filling every corner of Aldrich's prison with warmth and life. The Covenant is forged, the castle's voice echoed through both worlds. Two kings, bound not by conquest but by choice. This is new. This is unprecedented. This is hope. When the light faded, Aldrich was smiling. It looked strange on his ancient face, unfamiliar, almost forgotten, but real. Go back to your world, Harry. Face what waits for you there. And remember, you're not alone anymore. You never have to be alone again. Harry stepped back through the archway and into the chaos of Halloween night. The battle was already underway when he emerged. Snape had made his move, revealing his true allegiances, summoning Covenant reinforcements, attempting to seize the threshold while Harry was inside. But Dumbledore had anticipated every contingency, and the corridor was filled with the flash of spells and the thunder of combat. Harry waded into the fight with the Sovereign's power blazing around him. Covenant agents fell before him like wheat before a scythe, their carefully laid plans unraveling in the face of magic they hadn't expected. And above the noise of battle, Aldrich's voice whispered in his mind, on your left. 3 opponents. The leader is the real threat, take him first. Harry adjusted, struck, moved on. It was like having a second set of eyes, 1,000 years of combat experience guiding his every move. Snape faced him at the end of the corridor, wand raised, his dark eyes unreadable. You survived, the potion's master said. I had hoped that I wouldn't. That I'd be consumed by Aldrich, leaving the crown available for the Covenant's purposes. That you would make the right choice. Snape's voice was bitter. That you would see the crown for what it is, a curse, not a blessing. That you would have the wisdom to destroy it rather than wear it. Maybe the crown isn't the problem. Maybe it's how we choose to use it. Pretty words. Aldrich probably said the same thing, at the beginning. Aldrich agrees with me. We had a long conversation about it. Snape's face went pale. That's impossible. The prison was designed to destroy him, the prison was designed to contain him. There's a difference. Harry lowered his wand slightly. It's over, Professor. The Covenant's plan failed. Aldrich isn't dead, but he's not free either. He's chosen to help me instead of consume me. Then you're a fool. And you've doomed us all. Maybe. But at least I did it by trusting people instead of trying to control them. Harry's voice softened. That's the difference between us, Professor. Between you and Dumbledore and everyone else who thought they knew better. You were so afraid of what might go wrong that you never let anything go right. Snape stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, his wand lowered. The voice will not accept this outcome. The voice can take it up with me directly. I'm tired of fighting proxies and pawns. You have no idea what you're dealing with. Then tell me. Help me understand what I'm facing, instead of working against me from the shadows. Snape laughed, a harsh, bitter sound. You want me to betray the Covenant? After everything I've sacrificed for them? I want you to choose a side. Really choose, not play both ends against the middle. The Covenant is finished here, their agents are captured, their plans exposed. But you still have a choice about what happens next. The silence stretched between them, filled with the weight of years and choices and paths not taken. Finally, Snape spoke. The voice is Mordecai Graves. A ministry official, seemingly minor, actually the most dangerous wizard I've ever met. He's been manipulating events in the magical world for over a century, playing everyone against each other while the Covenant consolidated power. Including Voldemort. The Dark Lord was always a distraction. A useful tool to keep the Ministry and Dumbledore focused elsewhere while the real work continued. Snape's lip curled. He has no idea that his entire rise to power was engineered by people who considered him a temporary inconvenience. And you? What were you to them? An investment. They recruited me when I was young, angry, desperate for belonging. They gave me purpose, direction, the feeling that I was part of something larger than myself. I've spent 30 years serving them, and I've spent almost as long questioning whether I made the right choice. And now? Snape looked at Harry, really looked at him, as if seeing him for the first time. Now, he said quietly, I think I finally understand what Lily saw in your father. That insufferable certainty that everything would work out, that good would triumph, that people could change. He shook his head. I hated James Potter for many reasons. But mostly I hated him because he made it look so easy, being good, being brave, being someone worth believing in. My dad wasn't perfect. No. He was arrogant and cruel and petty in ways that made my life miserable. But he was also genuinely heroic when it mattered. He died protecting his family, without hesitation, without regret. Snape's voice cracked slightly. I've spent 15 years telling myself I was serving Lily's memory by fighting her murderer. But the truth is, I've been serving myself, my anger, my pride, my need to be the one who knew best. It's not too late to change. Perhaps not. Snape met Harry's eyes. I'll tell you everything I know about the Covenant. Their operations, their agents, their long-term plans. In return, I ask only one thing. What? When this is over, when Voldemort is dead and the Covenant is broken, let me disappear. Let me become someone else, somewhere far from here. I've spent my whole life being Severus Snape. I'd like to try being someone different. Harry considered the request. It was more than Snape deserved, given everything he'd done. But it was also the first honest thing the man had ever asked for. Done, Harry said. And for the first time since Harry had known him, Severus Snape smiled. The aftermath of Halloween took weeks to sort out. Covenant agents were identified and arrested. House elves were freed from the curses that had bound them to serve. Damaged portions of the castle were repaired, relationships were rebuilt, and slowly, Hogwarts began to return to something like normal. Harry spent much of that time in conversation with Aldrich, learning the 1,000 years of history that the ancient king had accumulated. It was like having access to a living library, every question answered, every mystery explained, every challenge met with wisdom earned through centuries of experience. But it was Aldrich's emotional counsel that proved most valuable. You're pushing yourself too hard, the ancient king observed during one late-night training session. Taking on responsibilities that should be shared, keeping burdens that others could help carry. There's too much to do. The Covenant is damaged but not destroyed. Voldemort is still out there. And the Ministry will all still be there tomorrow. And the day after that. And the day after that. Aldrich's mental voice was gentle but firm. I nearly destroyed myself trying to do everything alone. Don't repeat my mistakes. I'm not alone. I have friends, then let them help. Really help, not just assist while you make all the decisions. Trust them with responsibility, not just tasks. It was a lesson Harry was still learning when Christmas arrived, bringing with it a sense of peace he hadn't felt in months. The great hall was decorated with 12 enormous trees, enchanted snow drifting from the ceiling, and the warm glow of candles everywhere. Most students had gone home for the holidays, but Harry's core group remained: Ron and Hermione, Ginny and Neville, even Draco, whose estrangement from his family was now complete. They gathered around a table laden with Christmas dinner, exchanging gifts and jokes and the comfortable silences of true friendship. To Harry, Ron said, raising his goblet, "Who somehow managed to become king, befriend an ancient evil, and still be home in time for dinner." "To all of us," Harry corrected. "None of this would have been possible without you." "That's true." Hermione smiled. "I did do most of the research. And I provided the strategic genius," Ron added. "I provided the fashion advice," Draco drawled. "Someone had to make sure the High King didn't address the Wisengamot in a stained robe." "I punched a Covenant agent in the face," Neville offered. "That was pretty satisfying." "I kept Harry from doing something incredibly stupid at least 3 times, Ginny said. "Which I feel is not appreciated enough." Harry laughed, the sound echoing through the great hall. Around them, the castle hummed with contentment, its king surrounded by friends, its students safe within its walls, its future brighter than it had been in centuries. "This," Aldrich whispered in Harry's mind, "this is what I wanted to protect. What I lost sight of, in the end. The simple joy of being with people who care about you." "I know," Harry replied silently. "I won't forget." "See that you don't." The evening wore on, filled with warmth and laughter and the quiet comfort of belonging. And when Harry finally climbed into bed that night, the crown sitting on his nightstand, he felt something he hadn't felt in a very long time. Hope. Real hope, for a future that might actually be worth fighting for. Outside, snow continued to fall on Hogwarts, covering the castle in a blanket of white, and somewhere in the depths below, Aldrich Pendragon, once a monster, now an ally, watched over it all with eyes that had finally learned to see clearly. The war wasn't over. Voldemort still lurked in the shadows. The Covenant still schemed. The Voice still planned. But for tonight, at least, there was peace. And that was enough. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, The Exiled Council. January brought bitter cold and bitter news. Harry stood at the window of his office, watching snow swirl across the grounds in patterns that seemed almost deliberate. The castle was trying to tell him something, had been trying for days, but the message remained frustratingly unclear. 3 attacks in 2 weeks, Hermione said from behind him, her voice tight with frustration. Diagon Alley, the Ministry's Department of Mysteries, and now St. Mungo's. Voldemort is escalating. He's testing us. Harry didn't turn from the window. Probing for weaknesses. Trying to figure out how much the crown has changed the balance of power. And the Ministry's response has been. Ron searched for a diplomatic word. Inadequate. The Ministry's response has been pathetic. Draco's voice was sharp. Fudge is still pretending this is a series of unrelated incidents. He'd rather let people die than admit he was wrong about the Dark Lord's return. Harry finally turned to face them. His inner circle had grown over the past months, Ron and Hermione, of course, but also Ginny, Neville, Draco, and a handful of others who had proven their loyalty during the Halloween confrontation. They gathered in his office most evenings now, sharing intelligence, planning strategy, trying to stay one step ahead of enemies who multiplied faster than they could be counted. "We can't keep playing defense," Harry said. "Every attack Voldemort makes without consequences emboldens him. Makes his followers believe he's unstoppable." "What are you suggesting?" Hermione's tone was cautious. "We can't exactly declare war on the Death Eaters." "Can't we?" Silence fell over the room. Harry saw the looks his friends exchanged, concern, uncertainty, the beginning of fear. "Harry," Ginny said carefully, "you're talking about using the Crown's authority to launch military operations. That's a significant escalation. Voldemort escalated first." "St. Mungo's, Ginny." He attacked a hospital. Murdered healers, patients, children. Harry's voice hardened. If we don't respond, he'll do it again. And again. Until everyone believes that hiding behind Hogwarts walls is our only option. Be careful, Aldrich's voice whispered in his mind. This is how it begins, the conviction that action is always better than restraint. I told myself the same things, once. I'm not becoming you, Harry replied silently. I'm doing what needs to be done. That's what I said too. Harry pushed the ancient king's concerns aside and focused on his friends. I'm not suggesting we attack blindly. But we have resources Voldemort doesn't know about. Intelligence from Snape about Death Eater operations. The castle's ability to project power beyond its walls. And allies who are waiting for someone to give them permission to fight back. What kind of allies? Ron asked. The werewolf packs that Remus has been cultivating. The goblin factions who hate Voldemort almost as much as they hate the Ministry. The centaurs, who have their own reasons for wanting the Dark Lord destroyed. Harry's eyes swept the room. And Dumbledore. The name hung in the air like a spell. You want to bring Dumbledore back into this? Hermione's voice was carefully neutral. After everything that happened? I want to use every tool available. Dumbledore made mistakes, terrible ones, but he's also the most experienced wizard alive when it comes to fighting Dark Lords. We'd be fools to ignore that. And you trust him? Harry considered the question seriously. Did he trust Dumbledore? The man who had manipulated him for years, kept secrets that had cost lives, treated him as a piece on a chessboard rather than a person. I trust him to want Voldemort destroyed, Harry said finally. And right now, that's enough. The meeting continued for another hour, plans taking shape, roles being assigned. By the time his friends filed out, Harry had the skeleton of a strategy, not perfect, but a starting point. He remained at the window, watching the snow, feeling the weight of the crown on his head. You're doing it again, Aldrich observed. Carrying everything yourself. Planning in isolation. I'm not isolated. I have advisors, allies, you have people who follow your lead. That's not the same as having equals who challenge your assumptions. The ancient king's voice was gentle but insistent. When I started making decisions without genuine debate, without allowing myself to be questioned, that's when the corruption began. So what do you suggest? Talk to Dumbledore. Not as a king summoning a servant, but as a young man asking an elder for guidance. Let him challenge you. Let him disagree. Let him be wrong, and let yourself be wrong, and work through it together. Harry's jaw tightened. The idea of going to Dumbledore for help felt like weakness, like admitting he couldn't handle the burden he'd been given. That's pride talking, Aldrich said. Pride and fear. I know them well, they were my constant companions at the end. Don't let them become yours. The old wizard was right. Harry hated that he was right, but he was. Fine, Harry said aloud. I'll talk to Dumbledore. He found the former headmaster in Hogsmeade, in a small cottage on the outskirts of town that the castle had quietly protected since Halloween. Dumbledore looked older than Harry remembered, more tired, more human, stripped of the effortless authority that had once defined him. Harry. The old wizard's eyes still twinkled, but there was something subdued about it now. I wasn't expecting a visit. We need to talk. They sat in the cottage's small kitchen, warming their hands on cups of tea, the silence stretching between them like a bridge neither quite knew how to cross. You've been watching the attacks, Harry said finally. You must have opinions about what we should do. I have many opinions. Whether they're worth sharing is another matter entirely. I'm asking you to share them. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Very well. I think you're handling the situation poorly. Harry blinked. Of all the things he'd expected, blunt criticism wasn't on the list. Go on. You're treating this as a military problem. Attacks and counterattacks, strategy and tactics. But Voldemort isn't just a military threat, he's an ideological one. He represents something that appeals to people's worst instincts, the promise of power without responsibility, of superiority without merit. So what should I be doing? Fighting him on that level. Not just defeating his soldiers but defeating his ideas. Showing people that there's a better way, that power can be wielded without corruption, that leadership can serve rather than dominate. That's what I've been trying to do. Have you? Dumbledore's voice was gentle but probing. From what I've observed, you've been focused almost entirely on security. Protecting Hogwarts, fortifying its defenses, preparing for battles. All necessary, certainly. But what have you done to inspire people? To give them something to believe in beyond survival? Harry opened his mouth to respond, then closed it. The truth was, he hadn't thought about it that way. He'd been so focused on keeping everyone safe that he'd forgotten about giving them a reason to feel hopeful. I don't know how to inspire people, he admitted. I'm 15. I've spent most of my life being told I was worthless, then being told I was special because of something I don't even remember. How am I supposed to convince anyone to follow me? You already have convinced them. Your friends follow you not because of your crown or your power, but because of who you are. The question is whether you can extend that, whether you can make the entire magical world believe in you the way Ron and Hermione do. And how do I do that? Dumbledore smiled, a real smile, the first Harry had seen since Halloween. By being yourself. By making decisions that reflect your values, not just your fears. By treating people as partners rather than subjects. He paused. And by admitting when you're wrong. I've been wrong about a lot of things. So have I. So has everyone who has ever tried to lead. Dumbledore reached out and placed a hand on Harry's arm. The difference between a good leader and a bad one isn't whether they make mistakes. It's whether they learn from them. They talked for hours after that, about strategy and philosophy, about Voldemort's weaknesses and the Ministry's failures, about the Covenant and their long-term plans. By the time Harry left the cottage, the sun was setting and he had more questions than answers. But he also had something he'd been missing, perspective. That went better than I expected, Aldrich observed as Harry walked back toward Hogwarts. He's not what I thought he was. No. He's something more complicated, a man who made terrible choices for what he believed were good reasons, and who is now trying to atone. The ancient king's voice was thoughtful. I wonder sometimes if that's what I could have become, had I been imprisoned instead of executed. 1,000 years of contemplation to understand my mistakes. You understand them now. I understand them intellectually. But understanding and feeling are different things. I know I was wrong, but part of me still believes I was right, that if everyone had just trusted me, everything would have worked out. That's honest. It's the truth. And that's what I'm here for now, to tell you the truths you need to hear, whether you want to hear them or not. Aldrich paused. Speaking of which, you need to do something about the Ministry. I'm working on it. You're working around it. Treating Fudge as an obstacle to be managed rather than a problem to be solved. But the Ministry represents the legitimate government of magical Britain. If you continue to undermine it, even for good reasons, you risk creating a vacuum that Voldemort will fill. So what do you suggest? Take it over. Harry stopped walking, the snow crunching under his boots. Take over the Ministry. Not by force. By politics. Build alliances, cultivate support, position yourself as the alternative to Fudge's incompetence. When people see that you can govern as well as fight, they'll turn to you naturally. I don't want to govern. I want to protect Hogwarts. You don't get to choose, Harry. The crown comes with responsibilities beyond the castle walls. Mother Magic didn't choose you to be a headmaster, she chose you to be a king. That means dealing with the messy reality of politics, whether you enjoy it or not. Harry resumed walking, his mind churning. Everything Aldrich said was true, but it felt wrong somehow. Like accepting power he hadn't earned, influence he didn't deserve. You didn't earn the crown either, Aldrich reminded him. But you accepted it. This is no different. It feels different. Most things do, from the inside. The castle welcomed Harry back with a warm pulse of magic, its presence wrapping around him like a familiar embrace. He made his way to his office, his head still spinning with everything Dumbledore and Aldrich had said, and found Hermione waiting for him. "You've been gone for hours," she said. "We were worried. I was talking to Dumbledore." "Oh." Her expression shifted, became more guarded. And he thinks I've been handling this wrong. That I need to focus on inspiring people, not just protecting them. That I need to take a more active role in magical politics." Hermione considered this. He might be right. I know. That's the problem. Harry collapsed into his chair, suddenly exhausted. "I don't know how to do any of this, Hermione. Fighting dark wizards, I understand. But governing? Politics? Making people believe in me? You've already made people believe in you. The students, the staff, even the ministry officials who came to investigate after Halloween, they all left talking about how different you were from what they expected." "Different how?" "More human, I suppose. They expected a king, and they found a teenager who happened to be wearing a crown. It was disarming." "Disarming isn't the same as inspiring." "No. But it's a start." Hermione leaned forward. "Harry, you don't have to be perfect. You don't have to have all the answers. You just have to be honest about who you are and what you're trying to do. People respond to authenticity, especially after years of Fudge's posturing and Dumbledore's manipulations. And if authenticity isn't enough, then we adapt. We learn. We grow." She smiled. "That's what we've always done." Harry felt something loosen in his chest. He'd been carrying the weight of the crown like a burden, something imposed from outside that he had to live up to. But maybe that was wrong. Maybe the crown wasn't something to live up to, it was something to grow into. "All right," he said. "Let's figure out how to inspire a nation." The campaign began quietly, with small gestures rather than grand proclamations. Harry started visiting St. Mungo's, speaking with patients and healers recovering from Voldemort's attack. He didn't go as a king, dispensing wisdom from on high. He went as a teenager who understood what it felt like to be targeted, to be afraid, to wonder if tomorrow would ever come. The effect was remarkable. People who had expected distant authority found genuine empathy. Patients who had lost faith in the ministry discovered that someone with real power actually cared about their suffering. Stories spread, whispered in waiting rooms, repeated in letters to family members, eventually making their way into the prophet's pages. "The High King's Compassion," one headline read. "Potter offers hope to attack survivors." "This is good," Draco said, examining the article with a professional eye. "Sympathetic but not soft. Shows you care without making you seem weak." "I wasn't trying to seem like anything. I was just talking to people." "I know. That's what makes it effective." Draco set down the paper. "Politics is largely about perception, Potter. If you were calculating these appearances, they'd feel fake. But because you're genuinely awkward and emotional about everything, it comes across as authentic. Is that a compliment? It's an observation. Take it however you like." Harry's visits expanded beyond St. Mungo's. He spent a day at the ministry, ostensibly consulting with Amelia Bones about security measures, but actually meeting with department heads who had grown frustrated with Fudge's leadership. He appeared at Diagon Alley, helping shopkeepers rebuild after the attack, using the castle's magic to repair damage that would have taken weeks to fix by normal means. And slowly, gradually, the tide began to turn. "Fudge's approval rating has dropped 15 points, Hermione reported one evening. "Yours has climbed 20. If there were an election tomorrow. There won't be an election tomorrow. The minister serves at the Wisingamott's pleasure. The Wisingamott whose members you've been cultivating for months. Half of them have already indicated they'd support a motion of no confidence. Harry looked up from the report he'd been reading. Are you suggesting I orchestrate a coup? I'm suggesting the groundwork has already been laid. All you'd have to do is indicate you were available as an alternative, and Fudge would be gone within a week. And then what? I become Minister for Magic as well as High King. Not necessarily. But you could influence who gets chosen. Put someone competent in place, Amelia Bones, maybe, or Kingsley Shacklebolt. Someone who would actually fight Voldemort instead of pretending he doesn't exist. It was tempting. God, it was tempting. One decision, and the entire magical government could be transformed. The obstacles that had been blocking effective response to Voldemort could be swept away overnight. Be careful, Aldrich warned. This is how the hunger starts, the conviction that your judgment is better than everyone else's, that you know what's best for the world. This is different. Fudge is genuinely incompetent. People are dying because of his denial. And removing him would save lives. I'm not arguing against the action, I'm warning you about the mindset. Once you start believing you have the right to remake governments because you know better, where does it stop? Harry considered the question seriously. Where would it stop? Today the Ministry, tomorrow what? The Wisingamott itself? The entire structure of magical society? I won't do it, he said finally. Hermione blinked. What? I won't engineer Fudge's removal. If the Wisingamott decides to replace him, that's their choice. But I won't manipulate them into it. Harry, people are dying, I know. And I'll do everything I can to protect them within the limits of my authority. But the moment I start deciding that I have the right to overthrow governments because I disagree with them, that's the moment I become what everyone fears. Hermione studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. All right. But promise me something. What? If it gets bad enough, if Fudge's incompetence starts costing lives on a massive scale, you'll reconsider. Harry met her eyes. If it gets bad enough, I will. But I hope it doesn't come to that. 3 days later, Voldemort attacked Hogwarts itself. The assault came at dawn, when the castle's defenses were shifting from night configuration to day, when students were still in their beds and most of the staff was at breakfast. 100 Death Eaters, supported by giants and dementors, materializing outside the gates in a coordinated apparition that shattered wards Harry hadn't even known existed. Harry was in his office when he felt it, a sudden scream of pain from the castle itself, its magic recoiling from the assault like a wounded animal. Alarm! The castle's voice thundered through every corridor. Attack! All students to safe rooms. All staff to defensive positions. Harry was moving before the announcement finished, sprinting through corridors that rearranged themselves to speed his passage. He burst through the main doors and onto the front steps, where the full scope of the attack became terrifyingly clear. The sky was dark with dementors, hundreds of them, circling the castle like vultures. Giants pounded against the gates, their clubs leaving cracks in ancient stone. And behind them, arranged in precise formations, the Death Eaters advanced with wands raised and killing curses ready. At their head, pale as death, red eyes blazing with triumph, walked Lord Voldemort. Potter. The Dark Lord's voice carried across the grounds like thunder. I have come for your crown, boy. Surrender it, and I might let your precious students live. Harry felt the crown flare to life on his head, its power responding to his rage. Every instinct screamed at him to charge, to meet Voldemort in single combat, to end this once and for all. Don't, Aldrich's voice was urgent. That's exactly what he wants. To face you alone, where none of your advantages matter. Stay where your strength is greatest. The castle, Harry breathed. He wants to draw me away from the castle. The wards are failing. You need to reinforce them, now. Harry closed his eyes and reached for the castle's magic. It came to him like a tidal wave, vast and ancient and furious, pouring through his body until he felt like he might burst. He channeled it into the failing wards, pouring power into stone and spell, forcing the defenses to hold. The giants staggered back, their clubs suddenly repelled by shields that hadn't been there moments before. The Dementors screamed as warmth flooded the air around the castle, Patronus light blazing from every window. And Voldemort smiled. Impressive, the Dark Lord said. You've learned to use the castle's power. But power alone won't save you, Potter. Your wards cannot hold forever, and my army is patient. He raised his wand, and the Death Eaters began a sustained assault, not trying to break through, but probing, testing, forcing Harry to maintain the defenses while they looked for weaknesses. He's wearing you down, Aldrich realized. Every moment you spend reinforcing the wards is a moment you can't fight back. He'll keep this up until you're exhausted, then strike. Then I need to change the equation. How? Harry opened his eyes. Behind him, the castle's doors had opened, and his allies were streaming out to join him, McGonagall and Flitwick, Snape and the other professors, the older students who had been training for exactly this moment. And there, at the edge of the crowd, a face Harry hadn't expected, Dumbledore. You didn't think I'd miss this, did you? The old wizard said, his eyes twinkling. I may be exiled from a position of authority, but helping defend against an invasion seems well within my permitted activities. The wards will hold. With all of us supporting them, they'll hold. Dumbledore's expression hardened. Focus on Voldemort. Leave the Death Eaters to us. Harry nodded, then turned to face the Dark Lord. You want me? He called out. Come and get me. Voldemort's smile widened. With pleasure. The Dark Lord raised his wand, and the air between them erupted with power. The duel was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. Voldemort's magic was vast, corrupted, fueled by decades of dark rituals and the fragments of his shattered soul. It crashed against Harry's defenses like a black tide, seeking any weakness, any crack through which destruction could flow. But Harry wasn't fighting alone. The castle fed him power, its 1,000 years of accumulated magic flowing through the crown. Aldrich whispered guidance, his centuries of experience translated into split-second advice. And somewhere behind him, his friends and allies held back the army, buying him time to focus on the enemy that mattered. You cannot win, Voldemort hissed between curses. I am immortal. I have conquered death itself. What are you but a boy with a borrowed crown? I'm the king of Hogwarts. And you're not welcome here. Harry gathered every ounce of power he possessed and hurled it at Voldemort in a single, devastating strike. The spell was neither dark nor light but something older, the castle's own magic, shaped by 1,000 years of protecting children, weaponized by a boy who refused to let evil triumph. Voldemort's shield shattered. The Dark Lord staggered back, his pale face contorted with shock and rage. This isn't over, he snarled. I will return. And when I do, you'll fail again. Because that's what you do, Tom. You fail. For an instant, Voldemort's composure cracked, a flash of the orphan boy he'd been, the wounded child who had become a monster. Then the mask was back, and he raised his wand for one final curse. The spell never came. 100 wands rose as one, Harry's allies unleashing a coordinated assault that forced Voldemort to apparate or die. The Dark Lord vanished with a crack of displaced air, and his army, seeing their leader retreat, began to fall back as well. The battle wasn't over, pockets of fighting continued across the grounds, Death Eaters trapped by collapsed wards, giants still struggling against the castle's defenses, but the tide had turned. Harry could feel it in the magic, in the sudden lift of the castle's mood. They had won. Not permanently, not decisively, but enough. Enough for today. The aftermath was chaos. Students emerged from safe rooms, some crying, some cheering, most simply stunned. Staff members took inventory of damages and casualties, remarkably light, given the scale of the attack. Ministry officials arrived, hours too late, demanding explanations and access that Harry had no intention of providing. In the midst of it all, Harry found himself sitting on the castle steps, exhausted beyond words, watching the sun rise over ground still scarred by battle. Ginny sat beside him, her arm pressed against his in silent support. "You did it," she said. Quietly. "You drove him away. We drove him away. I couldn't have done it alone." "Maybe not. But you were the one who faced him. The one who refused to back down." Harry shook his head slowly. "I wanted to, you know. Back down, I mean. When I saw his army, when I felt the wards failing, part of me wanted to run. But you didn't." "No. I didn't." He turned to look at her, really look, seeing not just his best friend's sister but the fierce, loyal, extraordinary person she'd become. "Because running would have meant leaving everyone behind. And I couldn't do that." Ginny's hand found his, their fingers intertwining. "That's why you're a good king," she said. "Not the power or the crown or any of that. Just, you actually care. About the people, about doing the right thing. It's annoying, honestly." "Annoying? It makes it really hard to stay angry at you." She smiled slightly. "I tried, you know. After you became king and everything changed. I tried to be angry that you were taking on all this responsibility, that you were putting yourself in danger, that you were becoming something larger than the boy I knew. And I failed. Because you're still that boy, underneath everything. Still the same person who saved my life in the chamber, who never asked for any of this, who just keeps trying to do the right thing even when it's impossible." Harry didn't know what to say. The moment stretched between them, filled with something that felt like possibility. "Ginny, don't." She squeezed his hand. "Don't say anything right now. We're both exhausted and emotional and probably making terrible decisions." "What kind of decisions?" "The kind that should wait until after we've slept and eaten and made sure the school isn't about to fall down." She stood, pulling him up with her. "Come on, Your Majesty. Time to go be kingly and reassure your subjects." Harry let her lead him back into the castle, but his mind was elsewhere, on the battle, on Voldemort's rage, on the way Ginny's hand felt in his. "Interesting," Aldrich observed. "I was beginning to wonder if you'd ever notice her." "Shut up. Just an observation. She's good for you. Someone who will tell you the truth, even when it hurts. Even when you don't want to hear it." I said shut up. "As you wish, Your Majesty." But Harry could hear the smile in the ancient king's voice. The week after the battle was consumed by logistics and politics. Fudge, forced to acknowledge the attack, finally admitted publicly that Voldemort had returned. The admission came too late to matter, everyone already knew, but it opened the door for a more aggressive response. Aurors were deployed, wards were strengthened, and the ministry began, however reluctantly, to prepare for war. Harry used the momentum to push for changes he'd been planning for months. A formal alliance between Hogwarts and the ministry, with clear protocols for mutual defense. Legal recognition of the castle's sovereignty, removing any pretense of ministry jurisdiction over his domain. And most importantly, a unified command structure for the coming war, one that included representatives from every major faction willing to fight. "The Order of the Phoenix has agreed to coordinate with your forces," Dumbledore reported during one of their now regular meetings. "Remus's werewolf contacts are tentatively on board, pending your meeting with their alpha. And the goblin clans have expressed interest." Interest? Goblins are careful with their commitments. But the fact that they're willing to talk at all is significant. They haven't allied with wizards since the rebellions. And the centaurs? More complicated. They have their own prophecies about this time, their own understanding of what's at stake. They'll act when they judge the moment is right, not before. Harry nodded, adding it to the mental list of problems he couldn't solve immediately. The alliance was coming together, but slowly, too slowly, if Voldemort decided to press his advantage. "We need something to bind them together," he said. "A shared symbol. Something that makes them feel like they're part of the same cause. You have the crown. The crown is mine. I need something that belongs to everyone." Dumbledore considered this. The Founders left artifacts beyond Hogwarts itself. Objects of power, scattered across Britain, waiting to be reclaimed. "I thought the Horcruxes were corruptions of some of those artifacts, yes. But not all of them. There are others, legitimate heirlooms, still containing fragments of the Founders' original magic." Dumbledore's eyes gleamed. "Recovering them would serve multiple purposes. Increase your power, certainly. But more importantly, it would give your allies something to rally around. Proof that the Founders' legacy belongs to all magical Britain, not just Hogwarts. Where are they? That's the challenge." The locations were lost over the centuries, deliberately hidden to prevent exactly what Voldemort attempted with the Horcruxes. Finding them will require research, deduction, and a fair amount of luck. Then we'd better start looking. The hunt for the Founders' artifacts consumed the next month. Hermione led the research effort, coordinating teams of students and scholars who combed through every historical text they could find. Harry and his inner circle followed the leads that emerged, traveling to ruined castles, forgotten tombs, and magical sites that hadn't been visited in centuries. They found Hufflepuff's cup in a cave in Wales, protected by enchantments that tested their courage and compassion. They recovered Gryffindor's sword from a lake in Scotland, where it had lain since the last High King's fall. They discovered Ravenclaw's mirror, not the corrupted diadem, but a smaller object, untouched by Voldemort, in a hidden chamber beneath a Muggle church. Each artifact strengthened the alliance. Harry presented the cup to the goblins, the sword to the werewolves, the mirror to the centaurs. Not as gifts from a king to his subjects, but as tokens of partnership between equals. "You're clever," the goblin chief said, examining the cup with professional appreciation. "Giving us a symbol of our own importance in your grand design." "I'm giving you what was always yours," Harry replied. "The Founders created these objects for all magical beings, not just wizards. It's time that legacy was honored." The chief's expression didn't change, but something shifted in his dark eyes. Respect, perhaps. Or at least a reduction in contempt. "We will fight," he said. "When the time comes, the goblin clans will stand with Hogwarts." Similar scenes played out across Britain, reluctant allies becoming committed ones, old suspicions giving way to new understanding. By mid-March, Harry had assembled a coalition that would have seemed impossible 6 months earlier: wizards and goblins, werewolves and centaurs, house elves and giants, all united against a common enemy. "You've done something remarkable," Dumbledore observed during their final meeting before the spring offensive. "Built an alliance that hasn't existed since the Founders' time." "I've done what needed to be done." "Yes. But the way you've done it matters as much as what you've done. You could have commanded these groups to serve you, the Crown's power would have allowed it. Instead, you invited them to join you as partners. Commanding people doesn't make them loyal. It makes them resentful. A lesson I wish I'd learned earlier in my life." Dumbledore's expression was thoughtful. "You're becoming what I always hoped you could be, Harry. Not just a weapon against Voldemort, but a leader worth following." "I'm becoming what I have to be." "No. You're becoming who you choose to be. There's a difference." The old wizard stood, his joints creaking. "I should let you prepare. The offensive begins at dawn. Will you be there? On the front lines?" "I'm an old man, Harry. My days of direct combat are behind me." "That's not what I asked." Dumbledore smiled. "Yes. I'll be there. Where else would I be, when the fate of the world is being decided?" Harry watched him go. Feeling the weight of tomorrow pressing down on him. So much depended on what happened next, not just victory or defeat, but the shape of the world that would follow. "You're ready," Aldrich said quietly. "As ready as anyone can be for something like this." "I don't feel ready." "You never do. That's part of what makes you good at this." "Aldrich, if this goes wrong. If I fall, you won't. But if I do, then the castle will grieve. Your friends will mourn. And the world will be poorer for your loss." The ancient king's voice was gentle but firm. "But it won't be the end. The crown will pass to another. The fight will continue. That's the nature of this struggle, it's always bigger than any one person, even a king. That's supposed to be comforting. It's supposed to be true. And sometimes truth is the most comforting thing there is." Harry stood in his office, looking out at the grounds where his allies were gathering, wizards checking their wands, werewolves pacing restlessly, goblins sharpening blades that gleamed in the moonlight. Tomorrow, they would face Voldemort's army. Tomorrow, the war would reach its climax. But tonight, there was still time for human things. He found Ginny on the astronomy tower, watching the stars. "Couldn't sleep?" he asked. "Didn't want to. She didn't turn around. Figured I'd rather spend what might be my last night looking at something beautiful." "That's morbid. That's realistic." Now she did turn, her eyes finding his in the darkness. "We might die tomorrow, Harry. All of us. Pretending otherwise is just denial. We're not going to die. You don't know that." "No. But I believe it." He stepped closer, close enough to see the fear she was trying to hide beneath her bravado. "I have to believe it. Because if I let myself think about all the ways this could go wrong, you'd never be able to function." "I know." She smiled sadly. "That's the difference between us. I can think about dying and still keep going. You have to not think about it at all." "Is that a criticism?" "It's an observation." She reached out and took his hand, the same gesture from the morning after the battle, but charged now with something different. Something urgent. "Harry, I need to tell you something. Before tomorrow. Before everything changes." "What?" "I love you." The words hung in the air between them, simple and devastating. Harry felt his heart stutter, his breath catch, every thought in his head suddenly drowned out by the enormity of what she'd said. "You don't have to say anything," Ginny continued, her voice steady despite the vulnerability in her eyes. "I know the timing is terrible. I know we might not survive tomorrow. I needed you to know. In case." "Ginny, I mean it, Harry. I've loved you since I was 11 years old, and I've spent years trying to get over it, trying to see you as just a friend, just my brother's mate. But I can't. And I don't want to go into battle tomorrow without having said the words at least once." Harry stood frozen, his mind racing through 1,000 responses. He thought about the war, about his responsibilities, about all the reasons this was a terrible idea. Then he thought about how empty his life would be without her in it. "I love you too," he said. "I didn't know it until recently, I'm not as smart about this kind of thing as you are. But I do. Love you, I mean." Ginny's face transformed, the fear and vulnerability giving way to something radiant, something that made her look like she'd swallowed a piece of the sun. "Really? Really?" She kissed him then, under the stars, on the eve of war, and Harry discovered that there were things more powerful than crowns or magic or ancient prophecies. "This," he thought. "This is what I'm fighting for. Not abstract concepts of good and evil, but this, the chance to hold someone I love and watch the stars and believe that tomorrow might be beautiful." They stayed on the tower until dawn, talking about everything and nothing, watching the world prepare for what was coming. And when the sun finally rose, painting the sky in shades of gold and pink, Harry felt something he hadn't felt in months. Hope. Real, unshakable hope. Whatever happened today, he wouldn't face it alone. He had his friends, his allies, his kingdom. And he had love. It was enough. It was more than enough. It was everything. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, The Living Castle. The dawn came blood-red, painting the sky in shades of crimson and gold that seemed almost too dramatic to be real. Harry stood on the front steps of Hogwarts, watching his army assemble on the grounds below, and felt the weight of everything that had led to this moment pressing down on him like a physical force. They had chosen the battlefield carefully, an open plain north of Hogsmeade, where the castle's extended wards could provide support without endangering the school itself. Voldemort's forces had been tracked to a staging area in the mountains, and intelligence suggested they would march at noon. 5,000, Hermione said quietly, appearing at his elbow with a tactical report. That's our best estimate of his numbers. Death Eaters, giants, dementors, werewolves who chose his side, inferi from a dozen graveyards. Plus whatever dark creatures he's managed to recruit. And ours? 3,000, give or take. But better trained, better motivated, and fighting on ground we've prepared. She paused. The numbers aren't in our favor. Numbers rarely are. Harry looked out at the gathering forces, wizards in battle robes, goblins in gleaming armor, werewolves pacing restlessly as the wolf stirred within them. But we have something they don't. What's that? Each other. It sounded like a platitude, but Harry meant it. Voldemort's army was held together by fear and self-interest, a fragile coalition that would shatter at the first sign of weakness. His own forces were bound by something stronger, belief in a cause, trust in their comrades, the conviction that what they fought for mattered. Don't underestimate him, Aldrich warned. Tom Riddle has survived for decades by being smarter and more ruthless than his enemies. He knows his army's weaknesses better than you do, and he'll have plans to compensate. I know. That's why we have plans of our own. The morning passed in a blur of final preparations. Harry moved through his forces, speaking with commanders, offering encouragement, letting himself be seen. The effect was visible, shoulders straightening, fear giving way to determination, the transformation of individuals into an army. You're good at this, Ginny observed during a brief moment alone. The inspiring thing. I'm terrified out of my mind. I know. That's what makes it impressive. She squeezed his hand briefly. Whatever happens today, I'm proud of you. Don't say that like it's goodbye. It's not. It's a promise. Come back to me, Harry Potter, and I'll spend the rest of my life being proud of you in person. He kissed her, quickly, aware that 1,000 eyes might be watching, and then forced himself to turn away. There would be time for everything else later. After. If there was an after. At precisely noon, the horizon darkened. They came like a wave of shadow, Voldemort's army pouring over the hills, their numbers even greater than intelligence had suggested. Harry felt his heart clench as he realized the scope of what they faced. There must be 7,000 at least, Ron breathed beside him. Where did he find them all? Europe, Snape said grimly. The Dark Lord has been recruiting internationally for months. Dark wizards from every corner of the continent, promised power and plunder in the new world he intends to build. You might have mentioned that earlier. I didn't know the full extent. My access to his inner circle was limited. Snape's dark eyes found Harry's. If you intend to give an inspiring speech, now would be the time. Harry looked out at his army, 3,000 against 7, hope against despair, light against an overwhelming darkness. What could he possibly say that would make a difference? Tell them the truth, Aldrich suggested. That's always worked better for you than rhetoric. Harry stepped forward, and the castle's magic amplified his voice to carry across the entire battlefield. I'm not going to lie to you, he said. We're outnumbered. We're facing an enemy who has spent decades preparing for this moment, who has recruited the darkest forces from across the world, who believes that might makes right and that power justifies everything. He paused, letting the words sink in. But here's what I know. Every single one of you chose to be here. Not because I commanded you, not because someone threatened your families, but because you believe in something worth fighting for. Goblins and werewolves, wizards and centaurs, we've spent centuries at each other's throats, but today we stand together. Because we understand that what Voldemort represents is bigger than our old grievances. He turned, looking out at the approaching horde. They fight for fear. We fight for hope. They fight for what they can take. We fight for what we can build. And when this day is over, when we've driven them back into the darkness they came from, the world will know that the alliance we've forged here isn't just temporary. It's the beginning of something new. He drew his wand, feeling the crown blaze to life on his head. For Hogwarts. For Britain. For everyone who ever dared to believe that tomorrow could be better than today. The army roared its response, 3,000 voices rising as one, and Harry felt something shift in the magic around them, the castle reaching out, extending its protection, wrapping every ally in wards that would have taken years to create by normal means. Then Voldemort's forces hit their lines, and the world dissolved into chaos. The battle was unlike anything Harry had experienced. Individual duels merged into swirling melees, spells filling the air with light and destruction, the clash of goblin steel against giant clubs, the howls of werewolves mixing with the screams of the dying. Harry fought at the center of it all, the crown's power flowing through him like fire. Death Eaters fell before him, their curses deflected or absorbed, their defenses shattered by magic they couldn't comprehend. He moved through the battle like a force of nature, and wherever he went, his allies rallied. But it wasn't enough. For every Death Eater he struck down, 2 more seemed to take their place. For every Dementor the patron uses drove back, a giant crashed through the lines, scattering defenders like toys. The sheer weight of numbers was telling, pushing Harry's forces back inch by inch toward the castle. You need to find Voldemort, Aldrich urged. End this at the source. I can't leave them. If you don't, they'll all die anyway. The Dark Lord is the keystone of his army. Remove him, and it collapses. Harry looked across the battlefield, searching for the pale figure he knew must be there. He found him at the rear of the enemy forces, surrounded by his most loyal Death Eaters, watching the battle unfold with the patience of someone who knew he was winning. Their eyes met across the chaos. Voldemort smiled. Going somewhere, Potter? The Dark Lord's voice cut through the noise of battle, magically amplified like Harry's own. I was hoping you'd come to me eventually. We have unfinished business. Harry began pushing through the fighting, his allies opening a path before him, closing ranks behind. The journey to the enemy lines felt like it took hours, every step contested, every inch bought with blood and pain. But finally, he stood before Voldemort, the 2 of them separated by a circle of space that neither army dared enter. The boy king, Voldemort said, his red eyes glittering with amusement. Come to challenge me for your crown. Come to end you. Others have tried. They're all dead now. Voldemort raised his wand with casual elegance. But please, let's see what ancient magic has taught you. The duel began. It was different from their first confrontation, more controlled, more deliberate. Voldemort was testing him, probing for weaknesses, using his decades of experience to measure Harry's capabilities. And Harry let him, saving his strength, waiting for the opening that would come. There, Aldrich pointed out. He favors his left side, an old injury, never fully healed. Watch for it. Harry adjusted, pressing Voldemort's left flank, forcing the Dark Lord to compensate. The battle around them faded to a distant roar, all his focus narrowed to the dance of spell and counterspell. You've improved, Voldemort acknowledged after a particularly close exchange. The crown has taught you well. But borrowed power only takes you so far, Potter. Shall I show you what real mastery looks like? He unleashed a storm of magic, curses Harry had never seen, spells that twisted reality itself, power so vast it seemed to bend the air around it. Harry's defenses buckled, cracked, began to fail. Use the castle, Aldrich urged. You're still connected, draw on its strength. Harry reached for Hogwarts, feeling the ancient magic respond. Power flooded through him, more than he'd ever channeled before, and he released it in a single devastating wave that drove Voldemort back for the first time. Impressive, the Dark Lord admitted, his pale features showing a flicker of concern. You've bonded with the castle more deeply than I expected. But even Hogwarts has limits. Everything has limits. Including you. They clashed again, and this time Harry pressed the attack. He was exhausted, burning through reserves he couldn't replace, but he could feel Voldemort flagging too. The Dark Lord's immortality had never been true immortality, just a desperate clinging to existence through corrupted magic. And the Horcruxes were gone now, every anchor to life destroyed. Voldemort was mortal. And mortals could die. I'm going to offer you one chance, Harry said between curses. Surrender. Call off your army. Face justice for your crimes. Voldemort's laughter was cold as winter. Justice? From a world that treated me like dirt, that left me to rot in an orphanage, that never saw anything in me but something to be feared? He shook his head. There is no justice, Potter. There's only power. The strong take what they want, and the weak die serving someone else's ambitions. I know. I've heard this speech before. Harry's voice hardened. But you're wrong. There is something beyond power. There's love, and loyalty, and the choice to be better than what made us. You could have been great, Tom. Instead, you chose to be a monster. I chose to be free. Voldemort's next attack was wild, fury-overwhelming technique, and Harry saw his opening. He ducked under a killing curse, closed the distance between them, and drove his wand into the Dark Lord's chest. Expelliarmus. The spell shouldn't have worked. A simple disarming charm, against the most powerful dark wizard of the age. It was absurd. But magic didn't care about what was absurd. It cared about intent, about will, about the fundamental truth of who you were and what you believed. Harry believed in second chances. In redemption. In the possibility that even the most broken person could choose differently. Voldemort believed in nothing but himself. The Elder Wand, for that's what Voldemort had been wielding, claimed from some hidden vault or ancient tomb, tore free from its master's grip and flew to Harry's hand. And with it went something more, the connection that had sustained Voldemort for decades, the magic that had bound his soul to the mortal world. No, the Dark Lord whispered, staring at his empty hand. No, this isn't, you can't, it's over, Tom. Harry raised both wands, the Elder Wand and his own, and spoke the words that would end it. Not a killing curse. He wouldn't give Voldemort that dignity, that familiar magic. Instead, he cast something older. Something Aldrich had taught him, from the deep memories of the crown. A spell designed not to kill, but to release, to break the chains of dark magic that bound a soul to flesh, to let it finally pass on to whatever waited beyond. Requiescat in pace. Voldemort screamed as the magic hit him, not in pain, but in recognition. For one moment, his red eyes cleared, and Harry saw the ghost of the man he might have been. A lonely boy, desperate for belonging. A brilliant student, hungry for knowledge. A young wizard who had taken a wrong turn and never found his way back. I could have been great, Tom Riddle whispered. I know, Harry said. I'm sorry. The Dark Lord crumbled to dust, his mortal form finally releasing the soul it had caged for 70 years. The wind caught the ashes and scattered them across the battlefield, and where they fell, the grass began to grow green again. Around them, the battle stuttered to a halt. Death Eaters stared in disbelief as their masters' remains drifted past them. Giants faltered, their simple minds unable to process what they'd witnessed. Dementors, sensing the void left by Voldemort's passing, began to drift away, drawn back to whatever darkness had spawned them. The Dark Lord is dead, someone shouted. Voldemort is dead. The cry was taken up by 1,000 voices, spreading across the battlefield like wildfire. Harry's forces rallied, their exhaustion forgotten in the face of triumph, and the enemy army, its will broken, began to flee. But Harry barely noticed. He was staring at the spot where Voldemort had stood, at the handful of ash that still lingered in the air. "It's done," Aldrich said quietly. "You've done what I never could. What no one in 1,000 years has managed. I killed him. You freed him. There's a difference." "Is there?" "Yes. You could have used the killing curse. You could have destroyed him utterly, left nothing behind but a scorched mark on the ground. Instead, you gave him release. Peace. Something he never gave anyone else." Harry closed his eyes, feeling the crown's weight on his head, the exhaustion in every fiber of his being. He had won. The war was over. Voldemort was dead. So why did he feel so empty? "Because victory is never what we imagine it will be," Aldrich said gently. "It doesn't fill the holes in our hearts. It doesn't bring back the dead. It doesn't make everything suddenly better. It just means we survive to fight for another day. That's bleak. That's honest. But here's the thing, little king, surviving to fight another day is everything. It's the whole point. All the sacrifices, all the pain, all the impossible choices, they're worth it because they buy us another chance. Another opportunity to build something better." Harry opened his eyes. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose, beautiful, peaceful, utterly at odds with the carnage that surrounded him. Bodies littered the field, some in Death Eater robes, some in the colors of his own forces. So many dead, on both sides. "Go to them," Aldrich urged. "Your people need to see their king. They need to know this was worth it." Harry straightened his shoulders, wiped the blood and ash from his face, and walked back toward his army. They parted before him, faces showing a mixture of awe and exhaustion, triumph and grief. Harry made his way to the center of his forces, where his friends had gathered. Ron was bleeding from a cut above his eye. Hermione had lost her wand at some point and was clutching a goblin sword instead. Neville was helping a wounded Luna limp toward the healers. Draco, of all people, was standing guard over a group of captured Death Eaters, his expression unreadable. And Ginny was running toward him, her face streaked with tears and dirt and blood, the most beautiful thing Harry had ever seen. She hit him like a force of nature, her arms wrapping around him so tightly he could barely breathe. He held her back just as fiercely, burying his face in her hair, letting himself feel, for just a moment, something other than the weight of the crown. "You did it," she whispered. "You actually did it. We did it. All of us. Don't be modest. It doesn't suit you." He laughed, actually laughed, the sound surprising him with its genuineness. They were alive. They had won. The nightmare that had haunted the magical world for decades was finally over. "What happens now?" Ginny asked, pulling back to look at him. "Now?" Harry looked around at the battlefield, at the survivors beginning to help the wounded, at the prisoners being gathered, at the world that would need to be rebuilt from the ashes of war. "Now we rest. And then we get to work." "Work?" "Building what comes next. The war is over, but the peace has just begun. And in some ways, that's harder." Ginny studied his face for a long moment. "You're already thinking about it, aren't you? The politics, the reconstruction, the 1,000 things that need to be done." "I'm trying not to. At least for tonight." "Good." She took his hand. "Tonight is for celebrating. Tomorrow is for everything else." They walked together through the aftermath of battle, and despite the devastation around them, Harry felt something that had been missing for a long time. Hope. Not the desperate kind that had sustained him through the war, but something quieter. More sustainable. The kind of hope that came from knowing the worst was behind them, and the future, whatever it held, was theirs to shape. The victory celebration lasted 3 days. Hogwarts opened its doors to the entire magical world, its great hall transformed into a gathering space that seemed to grow to accommodate every new arrival. People came from across Britain and beyond, wizards and goblins, werewolves and centaurs. Ordinary folk who had suffered under Voldemort's shadow and wanted to see the face of the king who had freed them. Harry moved through the crowds, accepting congratulations, sharing toasts, listening to stories of sacrifice and survival. It was exhausting, but necessary. These people needed to see him, to touch him, to confirm for themselves that the nightmare was truly over. "You're doing well," Aldrich observed during a rare moment of quiet. "Better than I ever did, at events like this. I hate it. All the attention, the expectations. I just want to be normal." "Normal was never an option for you, Harry. Even without the crown, you would have been famous. At least this way, you have the power to do something with that fame. That's what I'm afraid of." "Good. Fear keeps us honest." The ancient king's voice was thoughtful. "You know, I never had a moment like this, a clear victory, a celebration, a chance to start fresh. By the time my enemies were defeated, I had already become what they feared. The celebration of my triumph was just another step toward my fall." "You're very cheerful today." "I'm trying to make a point. You have an opportunity one never had, to set a course before the pressure of power warps your judgment. Use it. Make the decisions now, while your heart is still clear, that will guide you when it isn't." Harry considered this. What kind of decisions? Limits. Constraints. Systems that will check your power even when you don't want them to. The curse of the crown isn't malevolent magic, it's the simple fact that unlimited power corrupts anyone who wields it. The only defense is to make sure the power isn't unlimited. You want me to weaken myself? I want you to strengthen everyone else. Build institutions that can challenge you. Elevate people who will tell you when you're wrong. Create a government that doesn't depend on your personal virtue to function. It was good advice. It was also terrifying, the idea of deliberately giving up power, of making himself vulnerable to the very people he was supposed to lead. But that was the point, wasn't it? That was what had made him different from Voldemort, from Aldrich at his worst, from everyone who had been corrupted by the crown's legacy. "I'll do it," Harry said. "After the celebration. I'll start building something that doesn't need me to survive." "That's the most kingly thing you've ever said." The celebration ended, and the work began. Harry's first act as peacetime sovereign was to convene a council, not of his choosing, but of elected representatives from every faction that had fought in the war. Wizards and goblins, werewolves and centaurs, all sitting together in a chamber the castle created for the purpose. "This council will have real power," Harry told them. "Not just advisory, actual authority over most aspects of governance. I'll retain control over Hogwarts itself and serve as commander-in-chief in times of war. But everything else, laws, treaties, the day-to-day running of magical Britain, that's yours." The reaction was mixed. Some seemed relieved, even grateful. Others were suspicious, wondering what the catch was. A few, particularly among the goblins, openly laughed. "A king who gives away power," the goblin chief said. "In all my years, I've never seen such a thing. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe if more rulers had given away power, we wouldn't have needed so many wars. Or maybe you're simply naive. Power taken is power that can be returned. Power given." He shrugged eloquently. "We shall see how long your generosity lasts." "I guess we will." The council was only the beginning. Over the following months, Harry worked with Hermione, who had agreed to serve as his chief advisor on governmental matters, to create an entire framework of institutions. A judicial system independent of royal authority. A magical law enforcement body that answered to the council rather than the crown. Schools and hospitals and public services, funded by taxes that Harry paid himself. "You're revolutionizing magical society," Dumbledore observed during one of their increasingly rare meetings. "Creating something that has never existed before." I'm trying to make it so the next king doesn't have to be a saint to avoid becoming a tyrant. If the system is designed right, even a mediocre ruler shouldn't be able to do too much damage. A noble goal. Though you may find that systems are only as strong as the people who enforce them. That's why we're investing in education. Making sure the next generation understands why these institutions matter, what happens when they fail. And if they decide your institutions aren't worth preserving? If they vote to give the crown absolute power again? Then that's their choice. Democracy means accepting that people might choose poorly. It doesn't mean making the choice for them. Dumbledore smiled, one of his genuine smiles, the ones that reached his eyes. You've grown more than I ever imagined possible, Harry. More than I had any right to hope. I had good teachers. Even when they were teaching me what not to do. Touché. The old wizard chuckled. I suppose I deserve that. Spring turned to summer, and life began to find its new rhythm. Harry split his time between governance and education, attending council meetings and teaching defense classes to students who looked at him with something between awe and confusion. The crown's demands were endless, but he'd learned to delegate, to trust others to handle what he couldn't. And in the spaces between duties, there was Ginny. Their relationship had become something solid, something real, not the desperate intensity of the war, but the steady warmth of two people building a life together. They argued sometimes, about politics and priorities and the proper way to organize a Quidditch team. They laughed more often, at private jokes and shared memories and the absurdity of their situation. The king and the Quidditch player, Ginny mused one evening, as they watched the sun set from the astronomy tower. It sounds like a bad romance novel. I prefer to think of it as an unlikely partnership. Partnership? Is that what we are? Among other things. He pulled her closer. Partners, allies, friends. And occasionally, when you're not driving me crazy, something more. Only occasionally. Well, you do drive me crazy quite a lot. She laughed, and the sound was everything, warmth and joy and the promise of a future worth fighting for. Harry, she said, her voice growing serious. Have you thought about what comes next? Long term, I mean. I try not to think too far ahead. Every time I make plans, something catastrophic happens. I'm serious. The council is established, the government is running smoothly, the war is over. You could, step back. Let someone else wear the crown for a while. Harry was quiet for a long moment. The idea of stepping down had crossed his mind, more than once. The crown was a burden he'd never asked for, a responsibility he'd accepted only because there was no one else. But was that still true? The council was strong, the institutions were functioning, the magical world was stable for the first time in generations. Did they really need a high king anymore? You're thinking about it, Aldrich observed. Considering abdication. Would that be so bad? The system we've built doesn't require me. That was the whole point. The system doesn't require you. But the people might. You're a symbol, Harry, not just of victory, but of the possibility of change. If you step down too soon. The message is that the crown doesn't matter. That what we've built is stronger than any individual. Or the message is that even heroes get tired. That idealism doesn't last. That the moment things get hard, leaders abandon their posts. Harry frowned. That's cynical. I've earned a certain amount of cynicism. But there was no condemnation in Aldrich's voice, just thoughtfulness. I'm not saying you shouldn't step down. I'm saying you should be careful about why you do it. If you leave because the work is done and you're genuinely not needed, that's one thing. If you leave because you're tired and want to be normal again, that's different. It was a fair distinction. Harry turned it over in his mind as the stars began to emerge overhead. I'll wait, he said finally. Not forever. But long enough to be sure the decision is right. That's wise. It's also exhausting. don't you ever get tired of being wise? Every single day for 1,000 years. The ancient king's mental voice carried something that might have been a smile. But then I remember the alternative, and wisdom seems preferable to the consequences of stupidity. Harry laughed, and Ginny looked at him curiously. Something funny? Just Aldrich. Being Aldrich. The ancient king in your head has a sense of humor. He'd say it's more of a coping mechanism. Ginny shook her head, smiling. Your life is very strange, Harry Potter. I prefer to think of it as interesting. Same thing. The months became years, and the world Harry had helped create began to take on a life of its own. The council evolved, developing its own traditions and procedures, managing disputes between factions with increasing sophistication. The schools graduated their first generation of students who had grown up with the new order, young witches and wizards who took for granted things their parents had never dreamed possible. Harry watched it all with a mixture of pride and something like nostalgia, the feeling of watching children grow up and leave home, no longer needing the protection you'd worked so hard to provide. He and Ginny married on a spring morning, in a ceremony that was somehow both intimate and attended by half the magical world. Ron served as best man, making a speech that was equal parts embarrassing childhood stories and genuine affection. Hermione cried, which she would deny forever afterward. I suppose this makes you queen, Harry said, as they danced their first dance as husband and wife. I suppose it does. Ginny's eyes sparkled. Though I intend to be a very unconventional one. I wouldn't expect anything less. Good. Because I've been thinking about expansion. Expansion? Magical Britain is stable. But there's a whole world out there, other magical communities, other problems that need solving. Someone should be working on that. Harry stared at her. You want to take over the world? I want to help the world. There's a difference. She smiled. And I thought we could do it together. Eventually. Once things here are settled enough that we can leave. It was ambitious. It was also very Ginny, the girl who had never been content with small dreams, who had always wanted more than what seemed possible. Let me guess, Harry said. You've already got a plan. Several, actually. Want to hear them? He pulled her closer, feeling the crown on his head and the ring on his finger and the future stretching out before them like an open road. Tell me everything. 10 years after the Battle of the Plane, Harry Potter abdicated the throne of Hogwarts. The ceremony was simple, a formal transfer of power to the council, which would henceforth govern magical Britain without a sovereign. The crown was placed in a vault beneath the castle, to be used only in times of dire emergency, if such times ever came again. Some cried at his departure. Others celebrated, seeing it as the final step in the democratic revolution he had championed. A few protested, insisting that the magical world still needed a king. Harry listened to all of them, thanked them for their support, and walked away. No regrets? Ginny asked, as they stood at the edge of the Hogwarts grounds one last time. Plenty. But none about this. He took her hand. We did what we set out to do. We built something that doesn't need us. Now it's time to see what else we can build. Well done, little king, Aldrich said. His voice was fainter now, had been growing fainter for years, as the crown's power transferred away from Harry. You did what I never could. You let go. I had a good teacher. You had good friends. Which is even better. A pause. I don't know how much longer I'll be able to speak with you. The connection is fading. I know. For what it's worth, it has been an honor. Watching you grow, guiding you where I could, seeing you become the king I always wished I could have been. Harry felt a lump forming in his throat. The honor was mine. Goodbye, Harry Potter. Live well. Love deeply. And never forget what you fought for. The ancient voice faded to silence, and Harry felt something in his chest release, a weight he'd carried so long he'd forgotten it was there. He looked at Ginny, at the future stretching before them, at a world that was finally, truly free. "Ready?" she asked. "Ready." They walked away from Hogwarts together, leaving behind the crown and the throne and everything that had defined Harry's life for more than a decade. Ahead lay new challenges, new adventures, new chances to make a difference. But that's another story. This one ends here, on a spring morning, with two people setting out to change the world, not because they had to, but because they could. Because that's what heroes do. They keep going. The end. Epilogue. 20 years later, on a summer evening warm with the promise of change, an old woman sat in the Hogwarts library, telling a story to a group of children who had gathered at her feet. She was Professor Hermione Granger now, headmistress, actually, though she preferred the simpler title, and the children were first years, just beginning their magical education. They had come to her with questions about the castle's history, about the crown in the vault, about the legendary king who had saved the world and then walked away. Was he really as good as the stories say? One of them asked, a small girl with red hair and her mother's fierce determination. Hermione smiled. The girl was Rose, her own granddaughter, and the question was one she'd been expecting. "No one is ever as good as the stories," she said. But Harry was better than most. He made mistakes, plenty of them. But when it mattered, when everything was on the line, he always chose to do what was right instead of what was easy. "What happened to him?" another child asked. "After he left? He traveled the world with his wife. Helped other magical communities build the kind of government we have here. Raised 3 children who grew up to do remarkable things of their own." Hermione's smile softened. "He's still out there, somewhere. Still making trouble, knowing him. Will he ever come back? Maybe. If we need him." She reached out, ruffling Rose's hair. "But the point of everything Harry did was to make sure we didn't need him. To build a world where ordinary people could handle ordinary problems, and extraordinary threats were met by everyone together." "That doesn't sound very exciting," Rose said dubiously. "It isn't, usually. But sometimes, boring is good. Sometimes, the best thing a hero can do is make sure heroes aren't necessary anymore." The children dispersed eventually, off to their dormitories and their young lives, full of possibilities they couldn't yet imagine. Hermione remained in the library, looking out at the stars that had watched over Hogwarts for 1,000 years. "The castle is quiet tonight," a voice said in her mind, fainter now than it had been in Harry's day, but still present. "Still watching." "It usually is," she replied. "Quiet is good." "Yes. It is." A pause. "She asked the right questions, you know. Your granddaughter. She has the spark." "I know. It terrifies me." "It should. But it should also give you hope. The next generation is asking the right questions. That means we did something right." Hermione smiled, feeling the castle's ancient presence wrap around her like a familiar blanket. "Yes," she said. "We did." Outside, the stars continued their eternal dance, and the world continued its slow work of becoming something better than what had come before. It wasn't perfect. It never would be. But it was enough.